Members, take your seats. This day, January 3rd, 2024, the first Wednesday following the first Tuesday in January, being a day designated by the Constitution, Part 2, Article 3, for assembling of the second year session of the 168th General Court of the State of New Hampshire, the capital in the city of Concord. The 2024 House of Representatives is now convened. The House will attend to a prayer by House Chaplain Reverend Bob Stewart, pastor, St. Paul's United Methodist Church in Manchester.
Good morning and Happy New Year. Since we last gathered, we have lost yet another member of the New Hampshire House of Representatives. Before we pray for today's business session, let us pause for a few moments of silence as we reflect and remember our friend and colleague, Representative Hoy Robert Menear III from Lee, New Hampshire. O living God, you share all our griefs. Grant each gathered here today a sense of your love and peace as they mourn the passing of their friend and colleague. Reveal your nearness to those that suffer this day. Surround them with the love that you have for each of your children. We know that Hoy is held in your loving arms and is at peace. And for that we give you our thanks and praise. Good morning, God. We begin the 2024 new year together in this New Hampshire House of Representatives. Help us to be ever mindful that with each new day of this new year, it is a day and year of new beginnings. We start fresh. We start anew. May it be a fruitful year, where we accomplish the business that is important to the people we represent. Give us direction and wisdom in this new year. Be with each of us as we discern the legislation presented this day, and that we address the legislation to the best of our abilities. We pray for your help so that we can serve you and our constituents with integrity. We always seek your guiding and protecting hand, O God. O God of love and peace, it is my prayer that you would bless each member of this house and that you would bless all those that are in positions of leadership. Together, we can make this a year of fruitfulness. I pray for your peace to come to this house this day and every day of the new year. Amen.
The chair recognizes the member from Windham, Representative Kathleen Katab, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The chair recognizes Brooke Martin, a sophomore from Windham, who will sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Ellison, Gibbons, Heath Howard, Lane, Lundgren, Peternell, Ryan, Trelevin. The day, important business, Representatives Kahn, Sanborn, and Varney.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. The House will attend to the introduction of guests. House will be in order.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome BJ and Tony Martin, family of the singer, guests of Representative Kutab. Roberta Branca, guest of Representative Ellen Reed. Anthony Henry, guest of Representative Sweeney. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. The House will be attentive while we call the roll of the House electronically. Please press your green button. The chair asks that all members please remain in their seats until a quorum is declared present. Members will take their seats. With 363 members having answered the call, the chair declares a quorum present. The House will attend a memorial resolution.
Mr. Speaker, House Resolution 32. Whereas we have learned with profound sorrow of the passing of our colleague and friend Hoy Robert Menear III, who was serving his second term as a state representative, representing the towns of Lee and Madbury and Ward 4 in the city of Dover. And whereas having formerly served on the Committee on Ways and Means, Hoy R. Menear was serving on the Committee on State-Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs. And whereas, having had a successful career as an investment banker, Hoy R. Menear utilized his analytical skills by plunging into his legislative work. And whereas, a man of many talents, Hoy R. Menear was passionately well-read and as such was gifted in the art of rhetoric. Now, be it therefore resolved by the House of Representatives in regular session convened, Hoy R. Menear III be granted our highest praise and accolades and offered our profound thanks for his service to his home community in the state of New Hampshire.
Please rise and join me in a moment of silence for our representative from Lee, the Honorable Hoy Menear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the moment of silence and remembrance for Roger Menear. It was what he went by. That's what we knew him as, Roger. Roger and I met in 2012 as candidates for House seats serving Barrington and Lee. We each served one term and moved on to other things in 2014. Roger returned to the House this term to represent Lee, Madbury, and Dover, Ward 4. He was a semi-retired investment banker with an MBA from the University of Michigan and a master's degree from UNH. It was our Midwestern roots and a run for the State House in 2012 that created a bond we shared for the last decade. He believed in education, good wages for public employees, protecting the environment, and health care access for women. Through his work and personal exercise fitness program, Roger made many friends here. He took exceptional care of his health and looked and acted great for a person of any age. He was in his mid-80s. He was a rower and coached many young men in the sport, and his favorite book, which he demanded that I read, was The Boys in the Boat, which is about to be released in theaters. He would have liked that. Roger was direct. His honesty, integrity, and diligence were extraordinary. Over the last 10 years, we spoke frequently and organized a summer cookout with his many friends that he made here in New Hampshire. It was important for him to stay in touch with those in his life who meant the most to him. And he never asked for anything in return except for a good bottle of Pinot Noir and a red velvet cake that my wife used to make for dessert for that. There are many friends that we keep for our entire life. Then there are the newer friends who help us realize how fortunate we are and for what we are thankful for. While I've met many people myself in my 20 years here in New Hampshire, Roger was the one person who I regularly spoke with, and it was usually on our way to our respective health clubs for a workout. We saved time for longer conversations during his drives back and forth to Ohio to meet with his clients and his friends from his home state and his alma mater, the University of Michigan. Sometimes Roger would make that drive just to attend a performance of the Cleveland Orchestra. If he were here now, I know he'd be making plans to drive to the National Championship college football game to watch the University of Michigan. In fact, this year's team was the dominant topic of our last conversation. Over the years, I realized what a special and kind person he really was and how much he cared about those who were least able to help themselves, and the importance of arts and education. Of course, our conversations were peppered with our individual takes on politics as well. Roger subscribed to many national newspapers and periodicals, and he would send me articles that he thought I would find interesting. He included the editorial cartoons from those same publications to make sure we kept our sense of humor and a positive outlook and a healthy skepticism. I miss him. He had a full and rewarding life with friends and clients who were corresponding and talking with him until he passed. While Roger may have grown up in Ohio, he was every bit a New Englander. He could squeeze a dime out of a nickel. He was frugal, yet generous, persnickety, but engaging, educated, and funny. And he was one of the best friends one could ever have. Thank you.
The House will attend to communications.
Mr. Speaker,
For what reason the member rise?
move to place the remarks in the permanent journal.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, in a communication dated November 29, 2023, Dear Paul, please be advised that the following representative-elect was sworn into office by the Governor and Executive Council this day, Hillsborough County, District 3, Paige Boschman. Sincerely, David M. Scanlon, Secretary of State.
Congratulations and welcome to the New Hampshire House. Further communications.
Mr. Speaker, in a communication dated November 29, 2023, Dear Speaker Packard, please accept this letter as my formal resignation from the New Hampshire House of Representatives. Effective Friday, December 1st, 2023, I'll be moving out of my district of Rockingham 21. It has been a privilege to serve the people of Portsmouth Wards 1 and Newington for this term, and representing my community within the halls of our great state capital has been one of the greatest honors of my life. I send my gratitude and respect to all my colleagues in the New Hampshire House of Representatives as they continue to work towards improving the Granite State for many years to come. Respectfully submitted, Robin Vogt, Rockingham District 21.
With regret, we accept the resignation. The House will attend to a resolution.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Osborne offers the following resolve that in accordance with the list in the possession of the clerk, House Bills numbered 1000 through 1372, 1374 through 1377, 1379 through 1440, 1442 through 1710, and 2024. House concurrent resolutions numbered 8 through 11, House resolutions numbered 19 through 31, and constitutional amendment concurrent resolutions numbered 11 through 21, 23, 25, and 26 shall be by this resolution read a first and second time by the therein listed titles and referred to the therein designated committees.
Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. The House will now attend to the consent calendar.
Mr. Speaker, from the Committee on Children and Family Law, House Bill 499, removed by Representatives Hull, Belcher, Prout, Hines, Granger, Spillane, Potenza, Bernardi, McCarter, and Soroy. From the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, House Bill 144, removed by Reps. Gerhard, Granger, McCarter, Coulon, Santanastaso, Weyler, Alessandra Murray, Phillips, Ellen Reed, Yokella, and Terry. From the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, House Bill 512, removed by Reps. Gerhard, Granger, McCarter, Coulon, Santanastaso, Wheeler, Alessandra Murray, Phillips, Ellen Reed, Yokella, and Terry. From the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, House Bill 518, removed by Representatives Grota, Carol McGuire, Tony Lekis, Julie Smith, Mangiaputi, Fred Davis, Marjorie Smith, Lynn, Grassi, and Schmidt. From the Committee on Municipal and County Government, House Bill 526, removed by Representatives Wilhelm, Simpson, Wallner, Tulersky, Sullivan, Stavis, Ebel, Weber, Shapiro, and Maggiore.
Are there any other bills to be removed? Representative Osborne moves the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's House record be adopted. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. Representative Doucette declared a conflict of interest on House Bill 571. Representative Sidek declared a conflict of interest on House Bill 318. They did not participate in the vote on the consent calendar. Under the rules of the House, from the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, House Bill 279 is referred to the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. From the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, House Bill 318 and Senate Bill 252 referred to the Committee on Finance. The House will now attend to the bills on the regular calendar. Majority of the Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 185 FN, Act relative to the determination of parental rights and responsibilities based on shared parenting and shared access to the child's records. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Ulery Ball from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Patrick Long from the minority of the committee. The amendment is 2378H, printed in House Record 49, pages 56 through 57. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. We're now on to ought to pass with amendment, and the chair recognizes Representative Gregg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been a hot minute. I didn't hear my name. It goes kind of without saying, but relationships are complicated. Even the good ones have some complications. And with children, those complications grow exponentially. Now throw in a separation of parents due to an inability to cohabitate for various reasons, and those complications skyrocket. There is no simple one-size-fits-all fix to make everyone happy. However, with current statutes and judicial procedures, just over 90% of cases agree on what is best for their child without the need for further court action to decide. The remaining 9%, those are our small number of high conflict cases. High conflict where there have been major breakdowns between parents. There could be substance abuse, major monetary disagreements, mental health complications, among other things. This is also where we see domestic violence claims. In that layer of substantiated claims, we have those that lack the insight to understand that their behaviors are abusive and not just a matter of course in a relationship. So what we are looking at with HB 185 is a bill that is looking to make that quick fix for a small percentage, not put the needs of families and children first, particularly in situations where there is abuse and parents who are incapable of providing for their children's needs, or where parents don't live in close proximity. Claims about bills like this lowering cases of domestic violence just don't hold water. While in 2019, one of the few states that has a shared parenting law had some statistics claiming that the shared parenting bill greatly solved the problem, their first ever statewide data from 22 that was just released in 23 shows a marked increase in domestic violence. As legislators, looking at bills like this is a precarious situation. There must be a balance of power. We can't just continue to change wording in hopes of forcing judges into a one-size-fits-none approach when they should be looking at each very unique case to decide what is best in the best interest for families. On that same note, we can't give judges who don't want to bother with the complexities of these cases an easy and potentially damaging easy out. The language of our current bill, frequent and continuing contact, is not a problem with the language, it's a problem with the application of that language. That application is a part of judicial training. It is not something we solve with this bill. Please vote for the best interest of families and vote no to HB 185.
The chair recognizes Representative Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask for a division vote. New Hampshire RSA makes it clear that makes it clear, and I quote, because children do best when both parents have a stable and meaningful involvement in their lives, it is a state policy of this state, unless shown that a particular case is detrimental, in a particular case it is detrimental to the child, to support frequent and continued contact with each child and both parents. The words of RSA 461 have led most parents seeking a divorce to enter family court, believing that New Hampshire is a 50-50 state. In fact, many attorneys in our state advise their clients not to ask for more than 50% parenting time because it is understood that frequent and continuing contact means approximately equal parenting time. Even some of the members of the Children and Family Law Committee interpreted the words frequent and continuing contact to mean approximately equal. That is, until the special committee to investigate family court went to visit courtrooms around the state and interviewed many judges. And what the special committee found shocked us. While the majority of family court judges interpreted frequent and continuing contact to mean a starting point of 50-50, and then moving away from that based on parental input and other extenuating circumstances, we were shocked to find 3 judges did not approach parenting plans with a starting point of 50-50. They believe parenting plans should start at 0 and then work upward. In other words, whoever is the primary breadwinner, whether it be the mother or the father, could be relegated to being a visitor in their child's life, seeing their child every other weekend and maybe a Wednesday night for dinner, solely because that parent spent less time with the children prior to the divorce due to work obligations outside of the home. Clearly, it is neither fair nor equitable to the children, who by our own state policy do best when both parents have a stable and meaningful involvement in their lives. Recent state and national studies show that failing to provide children with opportunities for a stable and meaningful relationship with both parents have serious detrimental effects on the children. According to researchers, the absence of a father in a child's life is nothing short of disastrous. 71% of high school dropouts are fatherless children, and 90% of runaway children have an absent father. Knowing these statistics, how can we allow family court to lack consistency in their approach to the parenting plans? How can we as legislators allow families to walk into court with similar circumstances and walk out with different outcomes based upon which courtroom they walked into and which judge they were assigned? New Hampshire is better than that. We are better than that. The evidence is clear. For the past several years, over 20 New Hampshire judges have been helping parents create parenting plans that provide each parent approximately equal parenting time, whether that be 50-50 or 60-40, and we have seen no increases of neglect or abuse in those families. It is time to get all of our family court judges on the same page and interpret the law as it was intended. It is time to take the vagueness out of RSA 461 and make it clear New Hampshire children do best when both parents have a stable in their lives. It is time to make it clear that meaningful involvement means approximately equal parenting time with each child and both parents. This amendment changes only 4 words in RSA 461. It in no way diminishes the authority of the judge to use his discretion in cases where approximately equal parenting time would be detrimental to the child. This amendment continues to provide the exact same protection for victims of domestic violence, abuse, and neglect. And this amendment does not prevent parents from creating parenting plans that work for them. 4 simple words. 4 words that create a fair and equitable starting point for the vast majority of good, loving parents who agree they can no longer live together but want what's in the best interest of their child. 4 words that would assure all judges interpret the law in the same manner. 4 words that would make it clear that New Hampshire children do best when both parents have a stable and meaningful involvement in their lives by supporting approximately equal parenting time between each child and both parents. Please press the green button and make it the policy of our great state of New Hampshire that children do best when they have approximately equal parenting time with both parents. Thank you.
Did you request a roll call?
But he doesn't just state.
Representative Pelosov has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? Yeah, it's sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The question before the House is the report about to pass as amended on House Bill 185. This is a roll call vote. Representative Long is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence in the state's 12 crisis centers oppose this bill because it would endanger victims of domestic violence and their children, and if I further know that there is no one-size-fits-all for every family in New Hampshire, and if I know that House Bill 185 will force families into parenting plans that do not meet their unique needs, and finally, if I know that the majority of child custody and parenting time in New Hampshire already exists in equal parenting, and if I know that judges should continue to have discretion when considering the best interest of the child, would I push the red button? Thank you.
Well then, Representative Maggiore is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that more than 40 years of social science research establishes a growing consensus that in the vast majority of cases, children raised in shared parenting arrangements score significantly higher on almost every metric of child well-being than those raised in sole custody arrangements. And Mr. Speaker, if I further know that research shows that benefits to children arise because both parents are significantly involved in ordinary day-to-day parenting responsibilities, and the benefits of shared parenting for children increases as the time with each parent approaches equality. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that there is no empirical evidence to support shared parenting leaves children vulnerable to abuse, then, Mr. Speaker, would I go ahead and press the green button to support House Bill 185? Thank you.
This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 202 in the affirmative, 172 in the negative. The motion is adopted.
The clerk told me I could go home for the day. Okay. Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 475, an act establishing a right to submit evidence and testimony in family court proceedings. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Mark Pearson for the committee. The amendment is 2324H, printed in House Record 49, page 79. Motion before us is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And the House report is adopted. Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 3535FN, an act requiring an attorney for a child who is the subject of a proceeding in a family court case. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment. A recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Patrick Long for the committee. The amendment is 2356H, printed in House Record 49, pages 85 and 86. The question before you is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 225FN, an act relative to prohibiting the use of currency that could be detrimental to privacy rights. Consider the same, report the same with the following recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Senator Keith Ammon for the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Herbert. He said he's on the next one, not this one.
Anita just signed you up for this one, that's why. If there's no debate, then there's no debate.
The motion before us is refer for interim study on House Bill 225FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 227, an act relative to fair access to financial services. Consider the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill be referred for interim study. Susan Porcelli for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jared Sullivan from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this bill on its face sounds like actually a decent idea. The idea of this bill, it's under, what is the title? Relative to fair access to financial services. That suggests that there's some sort of problem with discrimination going on, and perhaps there's a reason for us to step in. When you dig a little deeper, this is definitely a wolf in sheep's clothing type bill, because what we see happening is the protected classes that we all, I think, would be concerned about being discriminated against, race, gender, religion, they're all protected under numerous banking laws that are already on the books. Things like the Civil Rights Act, the Equal Credit Opportunity Act, Community Reinvestment Act. There's tons of these. Those are just a few that I just named that cover all the protected classes I think the vast majority of us in society are concerned about being discriminated against. What this does, the motivation behind this bill, is to try to, and for me the most offensive part of it is it's an egregious attack on the free market in an attempt to push kind of uneven substantiated concerns into the way we give out loans. So for example, the motivation behind this is to prevent banks from considering things that are not traditional financial metrics. Now, who's going to define what traditional financial metrics are? Do we think that traditional financial metrics have been static throughout time? Of course not. There are different financial metrics that are considered today than they were considered in 1900, and no doubt there'll be different ones, traditional financial metrics, that will be considered in 2100. So it tramps on the idea that the free market is somehow ineffective at deciding what business should or should not get loans. So the concern here was that some banks might make loans based on things like ESG, which are the sustainability type things. And to my response is, hey, I don't really have a say on whether or not a bank should or should not make loans based on other goals that they may have. All banks presumably are in the business of making money. If they're going to consider these things, it's part of their innovative strategy, or what they think to be a successful strategy in winning business and making money with their investments. Who are we as legislators who don't fully understand the banking industry and the needs of the banking industry to tell them what they can and cannot consider? It would kill innovation in the banking sector. It would also hurt innovation in the private sector, because it's finance that helps drive innovation by providing the money that they need to get new businesses going. The idea that the free market can't handle this problem, if it indeed is a problem, is kind of on its face a bit galling to me. So if there is a concern that there is collusion going on, say all the banks are getting together and saying we're not going to give loans to an oil company or some other company that is offensive under the ESG framework, that's already illegal. That we go to the Department of Justice, we go to the Attorney General's office, point it out, and sue them. These things, this is a solution to a problem that does not exist. It was not proven to the committee, and I really hope that you guys can join me, vote down the interim study, which suggests that there's a problem that's worth studying, when in fact there is not. If you believe in the free market and you are concerned of the idea of growing our nanny state and growing the size of our government, please vote no against the interim study for this so we can make a better motion. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some of you might have attended the study committee continuing education, and in which at that session I educated you all on what commerce does. And commerce is broken up into several different divisions. And we tried not to pass legislation that is not ready for prime time. And instead, we keep the bill. We like to keep it in the committee so that if there's another headline, another issue that people say, well, why aren't you doing something about this? Or how can this happen? At least we have a standing subcommittee that will review the issue, and we have a legislation that we can use as a title to call that hearing. That is the only reason we are retaining this bill, or interim study, retained it. and then didn't do anything with it. We're interim studying it now, so all I can ask you is please support the interim study. Please do not fear that the Commerce Committee is going to be out to change the way we do banking in this state. As a matter of fact, we have another bill just coming next up is going to radically change and make things really great for New Hampshire. So I'm asking you, please, at this time, just vote yes on interim study. Thank you.
A roll call has been requested, and it is sufficiently seconded. Representative Reed requested the roll call, and it is sufficiently seconded. Members, take your seats. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the majority committee report or referred for interim study. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Bolio for a parliamentary inquiry.
If I believe this underlying bill would simply grow the size of our government and increase the regulatory burden for the New Hampshire banking industry, and if I believe growing the size of government without any clear benefit helps nobody, then will I vote no and join me and vote no and stop the creation of a study committee because the underlying bill isn't worth being studied. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunt for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I support what Commerce's committee is doing in terms of taking bills and just holding on to them so that when an issue does pop up in the headlines of the newspaper, they have something to work with, will I now vote yes on the pending motion?
The motion before us is the majority committee report of refer for interim study. This is a roll call vote. If you are in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Perez. Yes or no? Thank you.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 182 voting yea, 193 voting nay. The motion fails. Representative Sullivan moves inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. 193 to 182. Majority of the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 645 FN, Act relative to the establishment of decentralized non-autonomous organizations as legal entities within the state. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Keith Ammon for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Christopher Hebert for the minority of the committee. Okay. The amendment is 2327H, printed in House Record 49, pages 96 through 106. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Hebert.
I've been up here before, and so I think you already know that I'm opposed to cryptocurrency as its entity. In this particular case, the idea is to install or pass legislation to regulate what inevitably will be cryptocurrency. And as a result of that, we've made a decision for the entire state that cryptocurrency is going to be allowed, embraced, and I know for a fact that most people have no idea what that means. And so as a result, I'm here to point out just a few characteristics of crypto. This is one of many parts of a concerted effort to create a crypto ecology in New Hampshire. The legislature has not been sufficiently educated on what this ecology is. The crypto environment nationally has caused many negative externalities, and I'm referring to fraud in particular, including fraud and literally billions of dollars in losses to shareholders. Many informed and famous investors consider this system to be unstable. Among them are the late Charles Munger, Warren Buffett of Berkshire Hathaway, both of those are Berkshire Hathaway, and Jamie Dimon, CEO of JP Morgan Chase. Munger said cryptos will eventually become worthless, while Buffett considers crypto to be nothing more than a gambling token. In other words, it has transactional value, but not intrinsic value. There is no intrinsic property yet that is recognized as it would be if it was a legitimate currency. Oh, excuse me. Okay, thank you. Diamond said buying crypto is like buying a pet rock. The majority believe crypto's provenance is a money laundering tool for international illegal cabals and considers tax cheats. The majority believes, okay, among the responsibilities of the Commerce Committee is to protect citizens from consumer fraud and the like. Crypto's provenance and difficulties clearly show that this system should not be endorsed in any shape or form. And as a former Merrill Lynch broker, I can tell you unequivocally that the cryptocurrency is considered far, far out on the risk curve. In other words, as a broker, I would have never recommended a customer invest any money in such a risky piece of paper. And finally, it's commerce and consumer affairs. So in other words, not only do we deal with insurance and banking and those kinds of subjects, but it is our obligation to protect our constituents from taking a major risk that they may not understand exactly exists. Now, you can go to a casino and make a killing, right? But if everybody did it, there would be no casinos. So the fact of the matter is, and finally, the last thing I'll say is that the legitimate currencies also trade, but they have more than transactional value. But cryptocurrency, and I don't know if you've followed the gyrations in the price of this outfit, but is 10 times as volatile as legitimate currencies. So with all those difficulties, I think it's my obligation to not vote to endorse such a volatile, risky investment. And so as a result of that, I would hope that you would see it my way and avoid the chance that some of your constituents are going to lose a lot of money when the scheme collapses. Thank you. Should I do a vote? And do I want to take not a roll call vote, but just an up and down vote? Huh? Yeah, division vote.
You want a division?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, you want a division, okay. Chair recognizes Representative Hunt.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm really proud to say that this is something the study committees have been working very hard on in Commerce, and it puts us out on the forefront of not cryptocurrency. It is blockchain, but this is something a little bit different. This is corporate structure. So, you all remember LLCs, right? Well, before LLCs, there was Subchapter S. In this case, what we're doing today is going to revolutionize the way someone can create a business, a corporation. And instead of having a board of directors and have a firm structure that most corporations have, now we're going to use the cryptocurrency, blockchain concept to build a company around that organizations of all those members working together. It's open system, so anybody can see exactly how they're doing it. It's monitored by the Secretary of State, which does all our corporations now. We'll be able to monitor it and recognize what it's doing. DRA is very excited about it because they see all kinds of new opportunities to bring in new revenues, because people are going to want to come here, to come to New Hampshire to create one of these. Why would they want to come here? Well, because these things are already happening, already now across the country, these DAOs. But they are unregulated. The idea that you could create one that was regulated by a state, that had governance, it had guardrails. This is the most exciting thing we have done in Commerce in the last couple of years since we passed the trust law. So I'm very happy to say that I think everyone wants to be in support of this bill. So thank you, and let's be really proud that we got this accomplished. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions?
Sir.
Member yields.
Thank you for taking my question. So just wanted to clarify one thing, given what we've heard. Does this bill actually have anything whatsoever to do with cryptocurrency and the concerns about cryptocurrency?
No, it has nothing to do with cryptocurrency, except that it's using the same structure, the blockchain concept. That's the only thing that has comparison to crypto.
Okay, thank you.
Does the member yield to further questions? Member yields.
Thank you. I wouldn't exactly call DRA excited, except that they're going to have to learn a totally new frame of government, of business. But this also is true for the Secretary of State. Are you growing government?
So, yes, absolutely, both DRA and the Secretary of State, which does corporate division, everyone is involved. Everyone has been in support of this bill as written.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order passed as amended on House Bill 645. This is going to be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order passed in 6:45. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Julie Smith. Representative Julie Smith. Yes or no? Thank you. Representative Juris. Representative Muirhead. Representative Ankerberg. Representative Walsh. Representative Aylward. All set, sir.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 340 voting aye, 33 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 113, relative to the physical fitness performance requirements for law enforcement officers. This comes without recommendation. The chair recognizes Representative Rhodes. For what reason? The member rise.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a motion.
State your motion.
I make a motion to table House Bill 113.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 113. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. Division has been requested. Members in the room only. All right. The motion before us is to lay on the table House Bill 113. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Woodcock. Representative Balboni. Representative Cascad. Representative Sykes and Bacon. Representative Bacon. Representative Finney. Representative Ladd and Cordelli. Representative Dolan. Representative Love. All right, sir.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 159 voting yea, 212 voting nay. The motion to table fails. Representative Mannion moves ought to pass. And Chair recognizes Representative Weyler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today against the ought to pass motion for this legislation. This bill we got last year in the committee and was retained for a study committee that was chaired by my friend from Cheshire. And my friend from Cheshire went through very diligently with police standards and training and Director Skipper, going over this bill, going over line by line how best we could approach changing the training standards for our police officers. Because we recognize that the intent of the sponsor of this bill is well put. There is a serious issue with retainment, a serious issue with recruitment. But I believe that solving that issue is not done by lowering the standards. We can solve that issue by actually paying our police officers a decent wage and giving them livable working conditions. So I think if you're a police officer who's trying to catch a perp, if you're a police officer who's going into a school or trying to address something going on in the community, I think if you have backup, you'd like that backup to be able to run with you, to be able to keep up, to be able to stay fit and active. We have fitness requirements, mental requirements for pilots. We wouldn't want our pilot not to be physically or mentally fit. We have requirements yearly for teachers. They have to do workshops. We wouldn't want our teachers not to be able to do their jobs. We have requirements for train engineers. We wouldn't want them to be able to do to run the train, which is itself on a track. So why would we not have requirements for police officers who do the job of protecting our community? And if we go back to our communities and say, hey guys, we just lowered the standards for cops. Anyone can become a cop. You don't have to take the test. Then I think we would be failing them. You know, police officers should be fit, they should be active, and that's how we can protect our communities here. So if we want to address the retention and the pay issue, which my friend is totally correct, we should address that issue. Let's come together and try to find some way to pay them more and make their conditions better, because they do a terribly hard job that is a terribly hard task, and being fit requires to do that job. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would ask that you vote against the ought to pass motion so another motion could be made.
Chair recognizes Representative Dennis Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of House Bill 113. I've been in law enforcement for 30 years, so I was a part of law enforcement before this law went into effect and after it went into effect. It was my understanding back then that it was put in place to reduce workmen's comp claims for injuries. However, no evidence was presented to us at all that was the case. I'll start by saying this. This bill does not eliminate the Police Standards and Training Council's physical fitness training requirements for law enforcement officers. It does not eliminate it. What this bill does do, it repeals a law that was enacted 20 plus years ago that also requires that the law enforcement officer continuously pass this physical fitness standard every 3 years during his or her career. What's the issue with that, you might ask? First, it hurts recruitment and retention of experienced officers. Contrary to what might have been said, there are a lot of towns right now offering sign-on bonuses of $15,000, $20,000, $30,000, and that's still not bringing people in. It's not about the money. In addition, New Hampshire has always been a place where officers who retired from neighboring states would come to work, often as police chiefs in small towns. That is years of experience in training we are potentially losing due to this law because they don't want to come to New Hampshire in their 40s and 50s and have to do these physical fitness tests every 3 years. Most of the people like lieutenants, captains, and police chiefs, they might be the kind of people who go to the gym 3 to 5 days a week. But these are the kind of people who retire as soon as they're able to, causing agencies to lose years of experience, or in the case of officers who retired from another state, they would not choose New Hampshire at all. Again, years of experience and training that we are losing. Keep in mind that there are many different types of assignments in law enforcement. Not all of them require top physical fitness standards. If you're on a SWAT team, per se, and they have their own strict standards. In order to be on that part of that team, you have to pass those. So the people who need to be physically fit are remaining physically fit. If you're a person who's investigating fatal motor vehicle accidents or crime scenes, white-collar crimes or computer crimes, that expertise is still needed. In a profession that is struggling to fill positions, we should not be pushing out our most experienced officers. Second, New Hampshire is the only state in the country that has this law, the only state. And only for law enforcement officers. We don't require it of our firefighters or our EMTs or our teachers that I know of. This is a mandate imposed by the state. However, law enforcement officers are not paid to work out in preparation for the 3-year physical fitness. Not only are they not paid, but if they're injured while preparing for this test, they are not likely to be covered by workman's comp. Fourth, the state uses a Cooper standard, and that testing is outdated. I have spoken to quite a few officers and police chiefs in and around my district who feel that this should be done on a local level. A lot of towns and cities already have yearly incentive-based physical fitness requirements, and it rewards an officer who completes it with a stipend. The chiefs I spoke with would also like local control over their own agency with the ability to create a more realistic testing process. And finally, the penalty for failing this requirement is severe. If you miss a 1.5 mile run by a few seconds, or if a few sit-ups or a few push-ups short, you lose your certification, you lose your career, and you can't work in New Hampshire anymore. Let's repeal this state mandate and return local control to our towns and cities who know best about what they require of our local law enforcement officers. I ask you to vote yes on OTP.
Does the member yield to questions?
No.
Member does not yield. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 113. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 113. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Nancy Murphy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that fitness requirements in law enforcement, such as currently exist in New Hampshire, are consistent across the state, are directly related to the ability of law enforcement officers to perform the essential functions of their jobs, and are important to help distinguish between those who can and cannot meet employment expectations. And if I know that testimony provided to the committee indicated that the New Hampshire Chiefs of Police could not attain consensus on this bill and have chosen to remain neutral on its disposition. And finally, if I know that repealing New Hampshire's physical fitness requirements for law enforcement officers, rather than moving to a different kind of test or fitness standard, as John Schippa, Director of New Hampshire Police Standard and Training Council, has stated he is open to, could lead to an increase in positive negative outcomes, then would I now press the red button to vote no and allow New Hampshire's Police Standards and Training Council, the appropriate body, to maintain the decision-making authority and discretion it has to determine physical fitness standards for certified New Hampshire law enforcement officers?
Chair recognizes Representative Dennis Mannion for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill does not eliminate the standard training physical fitness requirements to become a certified police officer, it only repeals a law requiring officers to pass this standard every 3 years after that. And if I know the law hurts recruitment and retention of experienced officers in a profession that is struggling to fill positions, and if I know that New Hampshire is the only state in the country that has this law and it only applies to law enforcement officers, and if I know that officers are not paid to work out in preparation for this 3-year physical fitness test, and if I know that the penalty for failing this requirement is losing your certification, therefore losing your career, would I now press the green button to repeal the state mandate and return local control to our towns and cities where it belongs? Thank you.
Motion before us is order pass on House Bill 113. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend the state of the vote. 178 voting yea, 195 voting nay. The order pass motion fails. Representative Weyler moves inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. Committee report, inexpedient to legislate is adopted.
There's no debate on the committee amendment. So first up is the committee amendment. Then it's further, it's second reading, and further amendment. So who will offer the negative speaks for it to speak against it.
The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Osborne offers the following: resolved that in accordance with the list in the possession of the clerk, House Bill 1711 shall be by this resolution read a first and second time by the therein listed title and referred to the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The resolution is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which is referred House Bill 470 FN, an act relative to fentanyl test strips and other drug checking equipment. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator David Muse from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Jeffrey Tenzar for the minority of the committee. The amendment 2422H, printed in House Record 49, pages 76 through 79. This is a question on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Senator Houle offers Amendment 0041H. It's in your seat pocket.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, Happy New Year. The amendment's in your pocket. It's 2 lines long. It's very short. But since it's removing something, I want to point you to the calendar where it is. It's on page 78. It removes one definition. And the definition is relative to harm reduction. I don't sit on criminal justice, I sit on House Finance. We had a lot of discussions in House Finance regarding harm reduction. It's a term that's not necessary for this bill to proceed forward. It's a term that was included in a definition that doesn't impact this legislation at all. The amendment simply removes that additional definition that was included in the bill so that we can go ahead and deal with the fentanyl test strips, which is the thing that we want to get passed. I would ask that you would adopt Amendment 0041H. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Nagel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry about that. I just wanted to speak also on the same thing. You already know what the amendment is about. What did I learn in the last year in this body? One of the things that I did in my work for 35 years is advocating for the rights of people in pain and seeking for balance between public policy, between those in pain and those who suffer from addiction, is that the concept of harm reduction is extremely important. It's extremely complicated. I spent the last year talking to people on both sides of this body, both within and without about this, and what I learned was that it's a complex subject that defies simple definition. I talked with the regional director of SAMHSA, Substance Abuse Mental Health Service Agency, who's our regional director as well as that of the Midwest. She pointed out a definition that they just released to me. It is more than 10 pages long. The concern, though, then, is when you create simplicity out of complexity, you lose the value of what you're talking about. And that's what this definition does. It's overly simplistic, and by definition, it will create a potential for unintended consequences that can be somewhat problematic. And that's why we ask that it be removed from this bill. And as the representative mentioned, it does not affect the bill's content otherwise. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Muse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We spent a considerable time in committee on HB 470. We spent a lot of time reviewing our drug paraphernalia law, and while additional changes are something that I think we can and should consider at some point in the future, one of the things that I'd be very much aware of with law like this is the danger of unintended consequences. So during testimony for HB 470, law enforcement made us aware of things that we weren't aware of, and that's why we have testimony in the first place. That's why we have these hearings. This particular change was not suggested as part of that process. We don't have input from any of the stakeholders on this, and I would urge you to put this one to bed. Thank you.
The motion before us is whole floor amendment 0041H. A division has been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Houle Amendment 0041. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Oregon. Representative Muirhead. Representative Carey. Representative McCarthy.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to say to the vote. 178 voting yea, 194 voting nay. The Houle Amendment fails. Now we're The motion before us now is the Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended. Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're going to be told that HB 570 will save lives. And the reality is that this bill goes far beyond allowing a person to have drug testing equipment. This bill has devastating unintended consequences that aren't going to be reversible. In fact, HB 470 will make it legal for a person to possess 10 milligrams of an unknown controlled substance. For reference, 2 milligrams of fentanyl is considered to be a lethal dose. Carfentanil is 100 times more potent than fentanyl, and this bill will allow for 500 lethal doses of it. Additionally, carfentanil is so toxic that a single grain of it on your bare skin can cause an overdose and death. If you ask an EMT if 10 milligrams is considered to be a teensy-weensy amount, they're going to tell you no, because I asked them. If you find 10 milligrams of what we were told is what's left in the bag after the drugs have already been done, chances are good you're going to be concerned that you found 10 milligrams of drugs in your child's room. The other thing is we were told this is after the drugs are done, so how are you testing if you already did the drug? This bill kicks the door open for abuse. Police won't be able to investigate many of the cases. The person claims they are engaged in harm reduction won't have to prove that. It will stop the police from being able to enforce drug laws and does not allow probation or parole to be enforced. We already passed HB 287 that was the mechanism for these drugs to be tested. With most of the drug dealers adding lethal amounts of medications that are meant to be used for farm animals into the drug supply, there is now more than ever no such thing as a safe experience. The only choice we have is to interrupt the drug flow from entering the state of New Hampshire and discourage at every turn, not encourage more drug use. Mr. Speaker, HB 470 gives a disturbing false sense of security. These reasons alone are enough to vote no on the ought to pass motion so another motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Muse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the end of 2023, I read an article online that projected the total number of drug overdose deaths in the United States for 2023 to be 112,000 people. So to basically put a picture around that, that's just about the size of the population of Manchester. Now, a lot of us in this room have been here before. Over the years, we've included things in the budget and we've included new programs that actually strengthen and empower law enforcement to enforce our drug laws. We've also invested in things like prevention and treatment for people who are addicted to drugs. And last year, one of the really good things that we did was we passed a bill legalizing fentanyl test strips and xylazine test strips. Those are called drug checking materials. And one of the issues that we're having right now is that anytime a new technology comes along, we're in a position where we actually have to pass a law to start using it. We have fentanyl test strips in our RSAs. We have xylazine test strips in our RSAs. We have naloxone as an opioid reversal agent in our RSAs. But for us to use other things that are basically in development as they come along and to be able to get them out into a situation where they can help people, we're sort of caught in this trap where we need to pass a law to do this. What this bill does is it gets us out of that trap. In essence, what we're doing is we're legalizing and essentially agreeing not to prosecute people for possessing an extremely small amount of a drug for testing purposes only. If they're caught with a bag of drugs and a fentanyl test strip or another kind of test strip isn't a get-out-of-jail-free card for anybody. You're still going to be prosecuted under the law, and this bill calls for that. One of the reasons why we need bills like this is we're not in a static situation when it comes to our epidemic of drug overdoses. There's a new fentanyl-like compound that's actually starting to hit the streets in other states called nitazene. Nitazene is 2 to 50 times more powerful than fentanyl. And unfortunately, a fentanyl test strip will not detect nitazene. To my knowledge, there are no nitazene test strips available at this point. I don't know if there's any kind of a test kit that's in development that's going to hit the streets soon. But what I do know is that nitazene and other compounds like it are actually things that will show up in laboratory testing. So one of the other things that this bill does as part of this, one of the other things that this bill does is it actually makes it legal for organizations that provide harm reduction services and that are authorized by the state, like harm reduction agencies, to actually test drugs. And the lab equipment that they use also would be exempt under the law. One thing I think we need to realize when we're talking about quantities like 10 milligrams, and that's the nominal amount that's part of the bill, is that this is an extremely small amount, and we're talking about people who are addicted to drugs. So to give you an idea what 10 milligrams of powder looks like, that's enough powder to cover the beard of Abraham Lincoln on a penny. So I don't dispute the fact that there are some drugs that are out there that if you have that quantity of drug, it can kill you if you ingest it. The issue that we have is that to make drug checking practical, people need to be able to test a certain amount of the drug. Try and hold that amount of powder, or try to put that amount of powder in a bag. This is one of the things that we're up against right now. If we want to make an impact and we want to save lives, these are the sort of decisions that we actually have to be prepared to make. We have to decide which is more important. We're in a position, if somebody is actually caught with more drugs and is caught with drugs with possession to sell, there's nothing in this bill that is actually going to keep that person from being prosecuted. Nothing at all. All that we're saying is that if you And this could be somebody's son, somebody's daughter, somebody's wife, somebody's husband. But if you're in a position where you have a small amount of drug and you want to know what's in that pill before you take it, or what's in that powder before you ingest it, you have that ability. You have the ability to save yourself. Because the problem that we have with the problem that we have is we can't turn people around. We can't get people into recovery after they're dead. What this does is give people another chance and gives them an opportunity to make a decision not to take a drug and maybe to take other decisions that could really change the course of their lives. This is an extremely important bill. Colleagues, I urge you very strongly to give it strong consideration and please pass it. Thank you.
The motion before us, the majority committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 470. A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the majority committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 470. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Roy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the amount of drugs authorized in this bill would kill 500 people, and Mr. Speaker, if I further know that 1 grain of carfentanil, if it gets on your skin, can cause you to overdose and die, would I vote against this bill so that people who work around this in law enforcement and other services do not die and the law can continue to be enforced?
Chair recognizes Representative Newell for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I know that there are tools available to help our communities respond knowledgeably and effectively to the ever-changing and ever more life-threatening emergency that we face, if I know that providing for the responsible utilization of such tools would mitigate the risk of the kind of devastating loss that myself and so many other Granite Staters have experienced and continue to experience, and that in this very moment in this body, we have the capacity to pass policy that will save precious lives. Would I now press the green button to pass this life-saving legislation?
Motion before us, a majority committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 470. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend this day to the vote. 212 voting yea, 161 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred Senate Bill 249 FN, an act relative to the release of a defendant pending the trial, and considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Linda Harriet Garthright for the committee. Okay, it's not listed. The amendment is 2461 in House Calendar 49. The question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. A division has been requested. There is no debate. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 249 FN. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Partial. You can't push the button. Thank you. Representative Sullivan.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 361 voting yea, 7 voting nay. Committee report is adopted, and it's on its way to finance. Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 147, relative to membership of the Advisory Committee on the Education of Students with Disabilities. Chair recognizes Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move to table this motion. Thank you.
Tabling motion is in order. The motion before us is to table House Bill 147. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and HB 147 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 267, an act relative to criminal record checks in school employment. considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Senator Valerie McDonald from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment, a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Glenn Cordelli from the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Ladd.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a motion.
State your motion.
I'd like to table HB 155. Excuse me.
267.
That's on consent. 267.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 267. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 267 is laid on the table. Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 354, relative to chartered public school eligibility for state school building aid. This comes without recommendation. Representative McDonald moves ought to pass. Bringing forth the amendment 2415H, printed in House Record 49, pages 67 through 69. Motion is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, and I'm standing here to speak against the motion of ought to pass as amended. Let me be clear. Your vote against the motion is not a vote against charter schools. Okay. Your vote against this motion is not a vote against charter schools, and it's not a vote against opportunities for kids. It's a vote against a bad policy that needs more work. The bill makes changes to the state school building aid program, a program that was recently reinstated after a 10-year pause, and now has over $200 million of proposed building projects in its backlog. The building aid program is important to make sure public schools provide a safe, clean, and up-to-date learning environment for the over 160,000 kids across our state. The program provides grants to reduce the burden on local property taxpayers. These grants are paid for through a variety of state taxes, but not property taxes. These grants help to reduce your constituents' property taxes. This bill, as amended, would change the program and allow the New Hampshire Department of Education to award building aid grants to privately owned and managed charter schools. And it's on top of existing law that already provides charter schools with $50,000 a year to cover facility costs and $46 million in federal grants that can be used for construction and renovation projects for new and existing charter schools. But why is the bill as amended irresponsible? Because it's open to fraud and misuse and leaves state taxpayers holding the bag when a charter school goes out of business. Over the decades, 10% of charter schools in New Hampshire have ceased operations for reasons including low enrollment, insolvency, and fraud. Proponents will say the amendment protects taxpayers in the event a charter goes out of business. But actually, it does nothing about that. If a public school were to cease operation or discontinue the use of a building that benefited from the building aid program, the state has to be paid back. But no such provision would apply to charter schools in this bill. Currently, the Departments of Justice and Education are working to strengthen the financial standards for charter schools. Let's not create new loopholes for financial fraud and misuse with this bill. I'm asking you to vote no on the motion of ought to pass as amended so that we can continue to work on this bill during the interim study period. And Mr. Speaker, I do ask for a division vote. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, according to RSA 198-15B, chartered public schools should be permitted to apply for building aid. House Bill 354 repeals a contradicting statute, so this one can be operative in the same manner as the Public School Infrastructure Fund. In other words, the passage of this bill will not result in monumental change to statute, but it will have monumental impacts in the lives of New Hampshire students. For families seeking an alternative education, chartered public schools adapt so every student can excel. Gifted students prosper, placing New Hampshire charters among the top in the country for highest test scores based on NAEP, better known as the nation's report card. While increasing the graduation rate, 7 of New Hampshire's charter schools are dedicated to helping at-risk youth who may otherwise drop out of school. As these graduates seek higher education, a provision of House Bill 354 as amended ensures successful transcript transfer so students can flourish in college and beyond. Furthermore, the primary aim of House Bill 354 is to enable chartered public schools to apply for state building aid, which traditional public schools have always been able to do. Chartered public schools would need to complete the same application and demonstrate the same need as traditional public schools. Yet, unlike traditional schools who receive funds up front, charter schools would gradually receive aid, which adds the burden of raising funds prior to construction. But in addition, charter schools would only be eligible to receive 30% of construction costs, whereas some traditional schools receive up to 60%. Consequently, House Bill 354 enables charter schools to apply to maybe be granted half of the funds that traditional schools already receive and have always received. Finally, charter school enrollment has increased 35% since prior to the pandemic. Several of the existing 32 charter schools have wait lists, and 3 new charter schools have been approved to open this year. With such extraordinary high demand, we need to ensure students have a place to learn. So please, join me in voting yes on House Bill 354. And Mr. Speaker, I am requesting a roll call vote. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Member does not yield. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 354. A roll call has been requested by Representative McDonald. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 354. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Malloy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that there is currently a severe limit to the availability of state funds for building aid, and that there's a large backlog of building aid requests, and if I know that charter schools are privately owned and independently managed, and that there are serious questions as to whether or not public tax dollars should be allocated for construction of private schools, and further that there is current issues around the disposition of those assets should a charter school cease to exist. And finally, if I believe that this bill is better placed into interim study status as a full review of building aid and the process of building aid is currently being conducted by the Department of Education. For those factors, Mr. Speaker, I urge the Assembly to vote no and press the red button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill is not about leased charter schools, which are eligible to receive up to $50,000 per year, but it's about charter schools that are not eligible for that money and not eligible for the charter school building aid that we're proposing right here. If I know it's amended, this bill requires any charter school applying for school building aid to be owned by the charter public school and to have an asset disposition plan approved by the state board before applying for building aid. If I also know since 2019, charter public school enrollment is up 35% to 5,700 students, with many fine public schools such as North Country Charter, Lionheart Classic Academy in Peterborough, and the Academy for Science and Design that is recognized by the U.S. Department of Education as a national blue ribbon school. And if I know many New Hampshire public charters have faced classroom space needs in recent years as enrollment in charters continue to grow steadily and the limitations of their original startup space makes expansion difficult. And lastly, if I believe that all public students in this state, regardless of enrollment in an approved public school, a district public school, or a public charter school, deserve the opportunity to learn in a safe, clean, and up-to-date building, would I then press the green button in support of charter schools receiving building grant support? Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 354. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Gregg.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 190 voting yea, 177 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Representative Page declared a conflict of interest and did not participate. Majority of Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 437 FN, relative to reading assessment and intervention program. And considered the same, report the same, the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Senator Weyler from majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. From Sir Glenn Cordelli from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to table.
Representative Myler moves to table House Bill 437. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and House Bill 437 is laid on the table. Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 439 FN, relative to the duty to provide an education in contracts with private schools. It comes to us without recommendation. The chair recognizes Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to table.
Representative Myler moves to table House Bill 439. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 439 is laid on the table. Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 505 FN, relative to comprehensive mental health education in schools, comes to us without recommendation. The chair recognizes Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to table.
Senator Myler moves to table House Bill 505 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 505 is laid on the table. Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 553, relative to school district information on personal salaries, come to us without recommendation. Chair recognizes Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bill 553 be laid on the table.
Representative Cordelli moves that House Bill 553 be laid on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 553 is laid on the table. Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 577 FN Local, relative to state aid for special education pupils, come to us without recommendation. Chair recognizes Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to place 577 on the table.
Senator Myler moves that House Bill 577 FN Local be laid on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 577 is laid on the table. Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 628 FN, requiring certain non-public schools or education service providers that accept public funds to perform background checks on all employees and volunteers. This comes to us without recommendation. Senator Tanner moves ought to pass with amendment. The amendment is 2300H, printed in House Record 49, pages 95. Question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor, sit. The division has been requested on the amendment. Members will take their seats. The motion before us is the vote on the amendment 2300H. This is a division vote on the amendment. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Ford. Yes or no? Representative Wood. Representative Ankerberg. Representative Crawford. Representative Reynolds. Representative Reynolds. I can't see. Thank you. Representative Selleck. Representative Representative Leapley and Representative Fellows, thank you.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. Also attend the state of the vote. 181 voting yea, 189 voting nay. The amendment fails. The question now is on ought to pass. Chair recognizes Representative Dry.
Representative Dry, you've been recognized. Representative Selleck, she's been recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow legislators, I rise in opposition to the ought to pass. This bill checks for all employees and volunteers at private schools and other educational entities that accept public funding. This primarily affects non-public schools and homeschoolers. Non-public schools already do background checks. The New Hampshire Non-Public School Advisory Council reports that all the schools associated with that council already do background checks. The private schools that are accredited by the New England Association of Schools and Colleges have background check requirements. In addition, a quick survey of the non-public schools in my five-town district included a college prep high school, a Montessori school, a religious school, and an unaccredited school, and they all already do background checks. Not only do these non-public schools do background checks, many go above and beyond the legal requirement for public schools. They do training for both staff and students. They do yearly attestation to stay up to date. They do it for reasons like accreditation, policy requirements, insurance requirements, but mostly because it's the right thing to do. Non-public schools have to compete for students. In today's climate, one administrator said, they would be foolish not to do background checks. And through the federal Adam Walsh Act, non-public schools have access to the same federal background checks that public schools do. But this is not the case for homeschoolers who accept educational freedom accounts. HB 628 requires that any employee or selected designated volunteer providing instruction to a person with an EFA student has to have a background checked. Though still schooling at home, homeschoolers who accept EFA funds are, by law, no longer considered homeschoolers, but have become EFA students. These homeschoolers turned EFA students do not have access to the required background checks. Individual private citizens cannot run background checks on other private citizens. And even if they could, where would the results be sent? The results can only be sent to a state agency. The EFA law clearly recognizes that parents are not agents of the state. The scholarship organization running EFAs is not an organization of the state, an agent of the state, nor is any educational service provider that accepts payments from an EFA an agent of the state. Does this mean that anybody associated in person with any part of a homeschool turned EFA program has to have a background check? Someone like a piano teacher, another mom in a homeschool weekly co-op, or even relatives besides the parents? And speaking of parents, what we call traditional homeschoolers are not affected by this. But what happens to families who continue to school at home but take EFA funds? They're same parents, same venue, same program, but their student is now an EFA student. These are in-person instructors of an EFA student. Remember what the law requires of in-person instructors of EFA students? There are too many unanswered questions here. Does this bill require background checks on EFA homeschooling parents or anybody else who provides instruction to an EFA homeschooler? Who would request the checks? Who would pay for them? Or is this an unfunded mandate? Who would monitor compliance? Who would receive the results? Is there even a penalty for noncompliance? This legislation doesn't answer any of these questions, and it makes requirements without providing the means to comply. That's the very definition of inexpedient to legislate. Non-public schools are already doing background checks, and the requirements on this bill for homeschoolers with educational freedom accounts is completely unworkable. Please vote no on this motion so that another appropriate motion can be made. And Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House Education Committee has dealt with several bills over the last few sessions relating to identifying crimes and procedures for criminal history records checks, background checks, for those who work and volunteer in schools. And currently, our public schools, charter schools, and approved public academies are required by law to follow the procedures outlined in RSA 189:13 that address the process for obtaining these records checks for all employment and designated volunteer positions. In addition, this statute identifies 21 specific crimes related to children that include murder, incest, human trafficking, assault, sexual assault, child endangerment, kidnapping, indecent exposure, child pornography, prostitution, manslaughter, and the possession of drugs with the intent to sell that immediately disqualifies the individual from employment. 189:13 requires the employer to develop procedures and policies to review other criminal histories that may be reported. House Bill 628 addresses a gap in our current RSA, which only suggests but does not require these procedures for criminal history record checks for employees and volunteers of non-public schools and educational service providers that receive taxpayer-resourced public funding through education freedom accounts and children's scholarship accounts. The intent of this bill was never to apply to traditional in-home schooling situations. In fact, that's what the amendment was to make perfectly clear. The term designated volunteer is in statute and does not apply to the occasional volunteer or parent helper. Before working with children, public school employees and designated volunteers are required to submit to a New Hampshire State Police criminal history records check that includes state records and an FBI national search using fingerprints. These states and federal checks ensure that people with criminal behavior who are trying to avoid being identified by changing their personal information will be found. Some of the non-public schools and educational services do background checks. However, some of these background checks are often done through third-party vendors or simply internet searches that can easily miss these individuals that are hiding. Our committee received several stories from adults who told us of the abuse they suffered as children. Their stories were tough. Their stories mirrored most child abuse cases. Our abusers are often a trusted adult, someone we might never expect of being an abuser, like a family member, a family friend, or an authority figure like a group leader, coach, teacher, guide, or religious leader. Their parents were totally unaware of the abuse, and when they found out, it was too late. It drastically changed their lives and the lives of their family forever. Parents are often unaware that educational services they seek out are not required to do federal criminal history background checks, or for that matter, any criminal history check. HB 628 will give parents, taxpayers, and the state a way to trust and verify that all schools, educational services, and organizations that are receiving our taxpayer-resourced public funding will screen their applicants for employment and volunteer positions through the FBI criminal history checks. HB 268 assures parents and taxpayers that a policy and procedure will be followed to identify convicted criminals who should not be working with children. This legislation sets up procedures for criminal history background checks to protect children. Voting for criminal background checks should never be dismissed because of the risk that it might be too inconvenient, too intrusive, or too expensive. The duty and obligation of this legislature and the state is to ensure the safety of all children in all settings as best as we can from any adverse and horrifying experiences that will negatively affect them and their families for the rest of their lives. I urge you to vote for this bill. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions? Does the member yield to questions? No. Member does not yield. The motion before us is the ought-to-pass motion on House Bill 628. We've had a request for a roll call from Representative Dry. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 628. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Cordelli for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill would impose government mandates requiring background checks on private schools, but they are already being done. If I know that this bill would require visitor center staff to get background checks if a tour group included a student who had an EFA account, but how would they know? And if I know that homeschool parents would be required to have background checks in order to educate their own children, would I now quickly kill this legislation that aims to substitute government for parents by pressing the red button?
The House will be in order. Chair recognizes Representative Damon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. If I know, as a parent and a grandparent, that the safety of our children is of utmost importance, and if I know that where a child is educated does not change the need for safety, yet private schools and education organizations are not currently required to do background checks, if I further know that this bill only applies to non-public school and education services if they receive taxpayer-resourced funding, if I know, as a survivor of abuse by a family member, that most child abuse cases involve a trusted adult, and finally, if I know this bill simply protects students by requiring the same comprehensive federal criminal background checks used in public schools routinely, would I now protect our students by pressing the green button? Thank you.
Motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 628. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Phillips. Representative Phillips. Representative Levin.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 174 voting yea, 199 voting nay. Representative Dry moves inexpedient to legislate.
Representative Dry, you're all set. He was just saying you made the motion.
The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 628. Are you ready for the question? A roll call has been requested. Who requested it?
Who requested it?
Representative Malloy requested roll call. That it is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 628. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Committee report fails. The motion of ITL passes. Majority Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 651, an act authorizing the Department of Education and local school district to contract with transportation network companies to provide school transportation services. Considered the same. Report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Senator David Luno from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment, a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Glenn Cordelli from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bill 651 be laid on the table.
The motion before us is to lay House Bill 651 on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 651 is laid on the table. Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 151 FN relative to mental health education. It comes to us without recommendation. Senator Damon moves ought to pass. The chair recognizes Representative Ladd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill regards mental health in our schools. And this is a topic which we need to take seriously. The mental health of our students is definitely aligned with academic and social progress, no question. But what we have to be very careful in this bill with is that where we're putting mental health, it's going to be put in this bill in RSA 193E2A. That's the substantive criteria for an adequate education. We already have in this area of statute statutory language for health education. Mental health, nutritional health, physical health are all part of health education. This bill is duplicative and it's not needed. Secondly, we have a health curriculum and standards for health which are state board approved. They were approved back in 2000. The guidelines for health curriculum specifically have a whole chapter, a very thorough chapter on mental health, which must be taught in schools, elementary, middle, and high school. They contain the standards for mental health. They're already established. Those standards were approved by the State Board and approved by GELCAR. Thirdly, we also had a grant approved for implementation, the MTSSB. That's the multi-system of support for mental health behavioral issues in schools. And as a prior teacher myself, an administrator for some 30 years, this is a program we do need, and we also appropriated $900,000 in HB2 and FY23 for the purpose of providing grant money where MTSSB can be used in schools. It's a three-tiered system in which the first tier is one which is done by the classroom teacher. It deals with, you know, when you went to school, there's a report card. One side is behavioral, You take that side home and show it your father and your mother, and they get all ripped off at you because your behavior wasn't paralleling your good academic side of the calendar or of the report. That's the teacher's job, is to recognize students which are being hammered by mental health issues, where it's being brought in through our society, through social media, or lack of parenting at home, or just a number of other issues, including bullying. The second tier in this is a tier which we recognize, and through our school psychologists, that there is a risk here for those students, and we deal with that. The third tier deals with reporting to psychiatrists and MDs outside the school system. The school system's not getting in the business of teaching what you should think or what you shouldn't think in regard to this topic. So I want to be very careful that we recognize that mental health is a serious issue in our schools, in our society, and it's brought on for many different reasons. But put yourself in a classroom as a teacher, and you have a student that's just thrown a desk across the room, which happens, or puts their hand through the sheetrock in the wall of the building. That happens too. There has to be a way of dealing with this, and it's happening more frequently, especially since we've gone through COVID. But what we can't let happen, we cannot let this bill go into effect. It will put another subject that's already a component within health in the adequacy formula. And that's going to result in many, many other issues and consequences. So the recommendation that's coming from us right here against this bill is that it should not go forward. We already have mental health addressed in statute, in state board rules, and through programs that are being used in our schools, and through funding as a result of HB 2. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning again, colleagues. I stand before you to urge you to support OTPA on SB 151 to require mental health education in schools. With respect to my colleague who just spoke and defined the tiers of MTSSB, it's a great protocol and it is not required, it is not present in all schools. We cannot rely on that to provide our students mental health education. Let me back up a minute to the basics. Mental illnesses are acute or chronic illnesses. They affect an individual's emotional, psychological, and social well-being, and sometimes our behavior. They are very common. If you look at the national statistics, at least a third of those of us in Representatives Hall today have or have in the past dealt with mental illness. They're not aberrant, they're just part of some people's construction, if you will. These conditions include, not only, but most commonly, depression, anxiety, substance use disorder, schizophrenia, and mood or personality disorders. This bill originated, and I think this is very important, by respect of the Governor's Youth Advisory Council. The students are asking us to help them be more educated about mental health. We heard poignant testimony from teens who did not receive mental health education in their schooling. I recall one particular young woman last winter, a high school senior now in college, who spoke about her friend and she driving along, and then her friend is in the midst of a panic attack, and neither one of them knows what it is or what to do. The woman who testified, the young woman, was Googling madly and trying to get her friend to pull over, and thank goodness no lives were lost. Had she had mental health education, she would have been better aware immediately of how to help her friend. 15 or more % of New Hampshire youth suffered from at least one major depressive episode in the past year. Suicide is the second leading cause of death, with alarming increases in the last several years. These are all related to mental health. It is important to be very clear that this bill does not in any way provide diagnosis or treatment of mental health conditions. That's not the role of education professionals. What it does is simply include education on mental health disorders in curriculum the same way that we inform students of cardiovascular disease, of diabetes, of common physical conditions. This legislation could help decrease the stigma around mental health that affects, as I noted, so many of us, from students to veterans. I urge you to join me in supporting this bill, and I will note that it passed across the wall by a voice vote. Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass on Senate Bill 5151. Are you ready? Roll call has been requested by Representative Luna. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass on Senate Bill 151. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know mental health standards are currently identified as a key component of health and wellness within the adequacy standards, and if I also know that health education curriculum guidelines and accompanying standards approved by the State Board already address mental health curriculum for the elementary, middle, and high school grades, so this bill is not needed, would I then press the red button so a subsequent motion of ITL can be brought forward?
Chair recognizes Representative Woodcock for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, all. Let me reiterate. If I know that this bill does not provide diagnosis or treatment, but rather peer education, this bill provides fact-based information for our high schoolers, student to student. And if I also know that suicide is the second leading cause of death of our teenagers. And finally, if I know that this peer education of facts may save the life of fellow classmates, because students talk to students, I would ask you to vote green and perhaps save a life with education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us is ought to pass on Senate Bill 151. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 183 voting yea, 186 voting nay. The motion of order pass fails. Senator Vlad makes a motion of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, having voted on the prevailing side of Senate Bill 151, I would move to reconsider and urge the body to vote no.
Motion before us is reconsideration on Senate Bill 151. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Who asked for a roll call? Representative Simpson asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote on the reconsideration. The motion before us is reconsideration on Senate Bill 151. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Ulery. Thank you.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 183 voting yea, 187 voting nay. The motion of reconsideration fails. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 218 FNA, establishing an early educator professional development grant, comes without recommendation. The Chair recognizes Representative Ladd.
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I'd like to lay 218 on the table.
The motion is to lay 218 FNA on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 218 FNA is laid on the table. We have two lunchtime announcements. The Chair recognizes Representative Soucy. And if Representative Dutsey will come down, you're next.
There'll be a luncheon in the cafeteria. Sponsor is Future Insight, so come one, come all. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Dutsey for an announcement.
Okay, after a short bathroom break, I'd like everybody to convene down here, from the Hillsborough County delegation, for a couple of votes that we have to take. Thank you.
House will be in recess until 1:15. majority of the Committee on Election, to which was referred House Bill 115, an act relative to changing the date of the state primary election. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Ralph Bohm for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Senator Ross Berry for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 2270H, printed in House Record 49, page 52 to 53. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Senator Berry has requested a division vote. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The House will be in order. The motion before us is ought to pass with amendment. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Boger. Thank you. Representative Munns. Representative Hoyt. Representative King. Representative McConkey. You can't push the button. Thank you. Representative Petrie. How would you like to vote, sir? Representative Kennedy and Cushman, I'll take yours too. Thank you. Representative Kennedy, thank you. Representative Moffett, Stapleton, Kelly, and Searway. Thank you. Let's take pictures. Representative Love. Representative Stephen Boyd. Representative Perez. Thank you. Representative, there's no flash photography on the floor. Representative Smart. Okay, I think that's everybody, Mr. Speaker. 10 minutes left.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 281 voting yea, 82 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
Representative Lane is here now.
Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 116FN, an act relative to fees and primary petitions required for primary ballot election access, and considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Rossberry for the committee. Amendment is 2382H, printed in House Record 49, pages 53 through 54. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted, and it's going to Ways and Means. The House needs to become to order. It is way too noisy. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 345FN, an act enabling ranked choice voting for state party primary elections and municipal elections. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Sir James Quayle for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Heath Howard from the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Ellen Reed.
Okay, we'll do it like this. The underlying bill does nothing. It's just an enabling bill that enables private parties, which are private organizations, and municipalities by a vote of the people to run their own elections, that's primaries and municipal elections, by ranked choice voting if they so choose. Some of you who have been here for a while know that this is not my first rodeo when it comes to ranked choice voting, so rather than talk to the bill, which someone else will do, I wanted to address a few common misconceptions about ranked choice voting that you might have heard. You may have even said them. So the first, and I want to say that because I feel like this has become very partisan, nonsensically partisan, and it shouldn't be. Those who know me know that while I have very, very strong opinions about a wide range of topics, know that I am no respecter of party, and that I believe in doing the right thing, and I believe that the people of our state and this country need to be represented by their government. So the first misconception is that it's somehow going to be confusing. It would confuse voters. It would confuse the people who implement the elections. If you understand runoff elections, then you understand ranked choice voting. In fact, the other name for ranked choice voting is instant runoff elections. And while runoff elections, which are meant to get the majority winner in the cases that someone has split the vote, a third party or an independent has split the vote, runoff elections find the majority, the person with the most actual support. But they take time, they take a lot of money, and they suffer from reduced voter turnout. Instant runoff voting, ranked choice voting, does all of it in one ballot. And in fact, in southern states that have runoff elections, conservative states, their overseas military ballots are ranked choice voting ballots because their overseas military personnel don't have time to get a new runoff election ballot sent to them. Exit polls in states that have implemented ranked choice voting, whether on the municipal level or on the state level, states like New Mexico, New York, Alaska, Maine, Minnesota, Utah, all those exit polls show that the experience of the voters, 95% have a good or excellent experience with ranked choice voting. They understand what to do, they understand how to cast their ballot. It's not difficult. If you can rank your favorite flavors of ice cream, you can rank your favorite candidates. Further, when it's been implemented in places like Maine, election workers and the Secretary of State, who had already been opposed to the move to ranked choice voting, once it was implemented across the board, had positive results and no problems. Another thing is this idea is that ranked choice voting is somehow new or technical. It's been in existence for over 100 years. Some of the most conservative modern Western democracies in the world, like Australia and Ireland, have been using it for decades. In the case of Australia, over 100 years. The Virginia GOP uses it internally to determine their candidates. The Indiana GOP uses it internally. The Utah GOP has used it for 30 years. It's been in use for over 100 years on the municipal level in this country. Over 27 states have used it on the municipal level. And hundreds of universities and corporations have used ranked choice voting, including the Academy Awards, for decades. The Robert's Rules of Order recommends a method of voting that requires repeat balloting, which is what we do here when we elect speaker if we have more than two candidates. We have, if you don't have a majority winner, somebody usually drops, and then everybody repeats the ballot. You can do that on one ballot by simply saying who you would go for next if your candidate is dropped. So it's not new and it's not technical, and it's existed long before our modern voting machines. The idea that it's expensive, Maine implemented it for under $100,000, or that it takes time. Maine got their results within 27 minutes of the centralization of data. Now, Maine law allows towns 1 week to report their results, but we require our couriers to courier tape our results to the Secretary of State that night. So we would have results within 27 minutes that night. The number one argument I've heard, though, recently, and I've heard it from both parties, is that in such and such an election where they used ranked choice voting, my guy didn't win. What a weird argument. First of all, in our current system, can we not all point to elections under our current system where our person didn't win? The thing is we shouldn't be choosing systems based on whether or not the person we like won. We should choose systems whether or not the majority of the people like the winner. We should choose systems that actually represent the people. So if you like someone but most people didn't, then it's okay to lose. That's how it's supposed to work. So in closing, this bill actually does nothing. We just today heard arguments about local control. It gives local control. If municipalities, by a vote of the people, want to run their elections in a ranked choice voting manner, may have been beneficial to Manchester this last time around for mayor, for example, then who are we to tell them they can't do that? If private organizations like parties want to run their elections by ranked choice voting, if they think it would be beneficial, then who are we to do that? We just did a bill earlier today. We resoundingly defeated a bill that would have told banks how to run their businesses. So it's enabling only. It's not new or scary. It's good for the people. And even if you vote against this, I welcome you to come to me and talk to me personally about this issue. Thanks.
Chair recognizes Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, fellow representatives. I want to just emphasize a couple things about this bill. It's an enabling bill, as you know. It doesn't force ranked choice voting on any entity. It allows municipalities to use it if they choose to. That choice would have to be governed by referendum or other legal processes that embody the consent of the governed. It allows parties to use RC, if they choose to. Wouldn't force it on any party, just allows it. It would allow a party to try it out, such as the Republican Party in the state of Virginia has, or the Democratic Party in the state of Kansas, many other parties. It would allow towns to try it out, towns that might want to be spared the expense and inconvenience of having runoff elections over the course of multiple days. I think that towns and parties might opt for it, might try it, because it's a system that allows us to really figure out what candidate has majority support in multi-member races. And it encourages citizens to vote their conscience, to vote for the first choice candidate they really believe in, even if they're pretty certain that that candidate won't win a majority. They know they won't be wasting their ballot because their second choice could be registered in the event that their first choice candidate is eliminated. So it encourages citizens to really voice their first choice support and communicate to parties and leaders what they really think. For that reason, I think that this bill makes sense, and I would encourage all my fellow representatives to support it.
Chair recognizes Representative Quayle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the inexpedient to legislate motion on HB 345 as recommended in the majority report of the House Election Law Committee. I support this position because I believe adoption of this method of determining winners and losers in our elections will cause a substantial amount of damage to public trust and confidence in our election law, our system of election laws. The legitimacy of our entire system of governments depends upon having the consent of the governed. It's so fundamental a principle that in the Declaration of Independence itself, the founders of this country held it to be a self-evident truth that a government's just powers derive from the consent of the governed. Now, I see some requirements. The purpose of our election law system is to ensure we have that consent. And the way our election laws fulfill that purpose is by first making an accurate assessment of the sentiment of the public, or the will of the people, as we often call it, and doing so in such a way that the system retains the confidence and trust of the public that a proper outcome has been achieved. I'm going to focus on the need to retain the trust of the public. I see three elements that have to be satisfied to do that. One, our election laws have to be transparent, and by transparent I mean they're readily understandable by everybody. Secondly, they have to be impartial, and I mean particularly they have to treat all candidates alike in the same fashion. And thirdly, and I think New Hampshire law has this covered, our elections have to come up with an unambiguous result in a timely fashion. Now, I see the concept itself of ranked choice voting as having some serious flaws, in particular with regards to transparency and impartiality. Let's contrast how the current system determines winners and losers. It uses a plurality approach. Basically, that can be summarized as those who get the most votes win. Most votes wins, a three-word algorithm, if you will. The ranked choice voting proposal before us today takes 4 pages to describe how they would determine winners and losers. A page and a half of that 4 pages is a list of 17 definitions of new terms, which you need to understand in order to understand the 2.5 pages of explanation that follows. And in my view, it's even worse than just 17 definitions. These definitions are what I call nested. If you read the first definition or the second definition, you need to understand new terms that are defined elsewhere in that list. This is not simple. It's not transparent. It's not easy to understand. To me, it's as if you took the idea of transparency and threw it out the window and bricked the window up. It's much more complex than most votes wins. And I know from my own experience in my profession that complexity is the enemy of transparency. Now, with regards to transparency, we've covered that. What about impartiality? The proponents of this approach to determining winners and losers state themselves that this approach will decrease the spoiler effect. Now, I didn't see a definition of spoiler in their literature, but it's clear from context that a spoiler, the people who are promoting this approach would consider a spoiler a person who basically has a low number of votes, doesn't have enough votes to win, but still affects the outcome of the election. The proponents of this bill in proposing to decrease the spoiler effect are in essence saying that this system would decrease the electoral influence and hence the political influence of candidates who would never get enough votes to win. It's showing a distinct bias, in my view, against a certain type of candidate. Another example of a built-in bias, according to the proponents of this approach, is that it would reward candidates who ran a campaign to appeal to a broad spectrum of opinions. Well, that again is using the electoral system itself to reduce the influence of a certain type of candidate. Well, in my view, that's not the job of the electoral system. The job of the electoral system, our system of election laws, is to treat every candidate equally with no inbuilt bias and let the voters make the decision on who should have more or less electoral and hence political influence. So to me, these are just 2 examples of serious flaws in this whole concept that would, by decreasing transparency and impartiality, voters are going to recognize this, and it will tend to decrease their trust and confidence in our electoral system, and I think will decrease the likelihood of having their informed consent. This particular bill is enabling ranked choice voting for political party and municipal elections. To me, this violates another principle that our elections should follow, which is that all our voters, all our citizens have the same rights. And I think they all should have the same right to an equal degree of transparency and impartiality in the election law system. So for these reasons, I support the ITL motion, and I hope you'll join me in that by voting yes on ITL by pressing the green button. Thank you for your time.
Representative Berry has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 345. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Hamblett for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that ranked choice voting enables voters to vote their conscience, and if I know that ranked choice voting would spare cities, towns, and political parties the extra expense when runoff elections are needed, and if I know that ranked choice voting will increase voter turnout because every voter's voice is heard, and if I know that House Bill 345 is only an enabling bill that will give municipalities and parties the ability to opt in to ranked choice voting for their own elections, would I then press the red button to defeat this ITL motion so another motion can be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Berry for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that we have another ranked choice voting bill coming up, and if I know that the debate will be riveting there as well, would I now press the green button to uphold the committee report on ranked choice voting?
Motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 345. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 207 voting yea, 170 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 350, Act relative to ranked choice voting. Having considered the same, we report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Sir James Quayle for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Mr. Joan Hamblett for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Hamblett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 350 would establish ranked choice voting for federal and state elections for primary and general elections. My colleague on the other side of the aisle is correct that the legitimacy of our government depends on the consent of the government. Ranked choice voting improves our current first-past-the-post election system to better ensure that this consent exists. Many Americans have lost faith in our elections. People think their vote didn't count. People see candidates winning with a small percentage of the votes. If a candidate wins with 30% of the votes, that means 70% of the voters wanted someone else. No wonder people are not happy with the outcomes. Ranked choice voting will fix these problems. Ranked choice voting is transparent and understandable. It is easy to cast a vote. You simply rank your choices. It is easy to read the tallies of the rounds of counting if there is not a majority winner in the first round. It is easy to see how the ultimate winner accumulated votes in each round to reach a majority. Voters can see that if their first choice did not win, their vote is not thrown away. Their second or third choice may end up winning. Every voter will know that their vote counted. Ranked choice voting is impartial. It treats all candidates equally. No candidate is treated more favorably than any other. Every voter's vote carries the same value, regardless of how many rounds are needed, just as if each round was a separate runoff election. Multiple courts have ruled that ranked choice voting is constitutional. It is the best method for arriving at the plurality winner, that is, the candidate with the most votes. Finally, voters will not have to read 4 pages of instructions to understand how to vote. There will be statewide trainings to educate voters and officials on how to mark a ballot and how results are tabulated. Voters get it. The basic premise is very simple. Choose which candidates you support and rank your choices on your ballot. Ranked choice voting will renew the public's trust and confidence in our elections. As it is proving to do, it is increasingly implemented across the country. People want to vote for the candidates they truly believe in. Ranked choice voting gives them that opportunity. Please press the red button to defeat this ITL motion so that another motion can be made. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions?
No.
Member does not yield. Chair recognizes Representative Quigley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is almost the same as the bill we talked about previously. Instead, the difference is that this bill would mandate the use of ranked choice voting in state and federal elections. All the numerous flaws which I discussed for the previous bill would still apply to this bill, with one exception. The exception would be that in this case, all voters would be subjected to the loss of transparency and impartiality that would erode public trust and confidence in our election system. So I ask that you join me in voting for the ITL motion by pressing the green button. Thank you very much for your time.
Senator Berry has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is any speech to legislate on House Bill 350. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Muirhead for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that ranked choice voting of the sort this bill would establish is used in the state of Maine and is much appreciated there by Democrats and Republicans and people from across the political spectrum, if I know that ranked choice voting of the sort this bill would establish would conduce to common sense government by electing candidates who have a true majority support, and if I know that this bill would establish a very simple system of instant runoff elections in cases where candidates don't have over 50% support in the first round, would I press the red button to overturn the ITL motion?
Chair recognizes Representative Berry for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the great state of Maine is the great state of Maine, and if I know that things in the great state of Maine might need to stay in the great state of Maine, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that I have thoroughly enjoyed this riveting conversation about ranked choice voting, would I now look and down at my button and behold the green button so that we may move on to the next bill?
The motion before us is inexpedient to the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 350. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative O'Kella.
Will all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to state of the vote. 248 voting yea, 128 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 447 FN. Act relative to the purchase of election equipment. We consider the same, report the same with the following amendment and recommendation. The bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Ross Berry for the committee. The amendment is 2366H, printed in House Record 49, pages 73 through 74. The question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Representative Berry has requested a division. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 447 FN. This is going to be a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present have an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 311 voting yea, 62 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 463 FN, an act relative to the establishment of an election informal portal. Been considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Connie Lane from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Clayton Wood from the minority of the committee. The amendment is 2385H, printed in House Record 49, page 75. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative McCarter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, everybody. Today I rise in firm opposition to House Bill 463. This legislation, in its current form, stands in stark contradiction to the oath of office we took under New Hampshire RSA 42:1, which binds us to uphold the Constitution of our great state. This oath is not a mere ceremonial gesture, but a solemn commitment to safeguard the foundational principles of our governance system. However, House Bill 463, with its proposed creation of an online election information portal, veers us away from these crucial foundations. This bill's intentions to modernize our voting system and enhance accessibility are indeed commendable. Yet it is the execution and the potential constitutional conflicts that raise serious concerns. The centralized collection and storage of personal voter information, a key aspect of this bill, presents significant risks to privacy and data security. In an era where digital threats are increasingly prevalent, such a move could jeopardize the sensitive information of our citizens, thereby infringing upon the right to privacy enshrined in Article 2B of our Constitution. Just recently, an ABC News report, as recently as December 20th, hackers compromised a vulnerability in a third-party vendor that serviced Xfinity Comcast. This led to customer information being stolen. Nearly 36 million people could be impacted by the hack, according to a filing from the Maine Attorney General's office. That's Maine, our neighboring state. Xfinity concluded on December 6th that usernames, passwords for some customers, and other information were stolen, such as their contact information, last 4 digits of their social security numbers, dates of birth, etc. In April of 2023, the Nashua School Board was hit by a sophisticated cyber attack. A school board member said, "I think it's a horrible thing that this is happening in our world today. We were told when we went paperless that the internet was going to be the next greatest thing. But obviously it's not. Probably should just go back to paper. All we have to do is shred it when we're done." In August of 2021, the town of Peterborough, New Hampshire, lost $2.3 million in taxpayer money as a result of a cyber attack. The U.S. Secret Service told that town that at least one other community in northern New England had also been targeted to the tune of $600,000. In California, the Secretary of State's office investigated how information of 191 million voters was exposed to the open internet due to a misconfiguration of a database. There's 100 more examples, but you get the idea. Moreover, this bill's lack of clear oversight mechanisms brings into question the accountability of government as outlined in Article 8 of our Constitution. The concentration of sensitive electoral data without stringent oversight mechanisms is a potential recipe for misuse of information and the further erosion of public trust in our electoral processes. Additionally, the potential restriction of portal access to specific groups of people raises issues regarding equal representation, a cornerstone of our republic underlined in Part 1, Article 14 of the New Hampshire Constitution. By creating disparate access to the electoral process, HB 463 may inadvertently lead to unequal representation and participation in our democratic process. Given these significant constitutional concerns, I argue that addressing the issues raised by 463 goes beyond legislative action and calls for a constitutional amendment as prescribed in Part 1 or Part 2, Article 100 of the New Hampshire Constitution. This is not just about policy preferences, it's about adhering to our constitutional duties and ensuring the integrity of the electoral system here in New Hampshire. In conclusion, while the goal of HB 463 is to advance our electoral processes, its current form poses risks to our constitutional mandates. We must seek solutions that both preserve our constitutional rights and foster progress in our electoral system. Therefore, I urge my fellow legislators to vote no on this bill and explore solutions that align with our constitutional principles and the oath we have all sworn to uphold. I also ask for a roll call vote. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, fellow colleagues. I come here in opposition of HB 464. I'll take a little different approach than my predecessor before me. Basically, looking at the testimony of the original bill, there was a lot of good reasons to have a portal. Pretty much save paper, collect data easily, make things easier to read, make things easier to change. These are the standard reasons why people create portals. This is one topic I do have some knowledge of, and the details are the devil of any portal. What did come up in the discussion was concerns about being connected to the internet, the obviously security concerns, and also just the validation of data to make sure we know we're getting the right material from the right people. None of those were addressed in the amendment. The amendment is actually quite interesting. It doesn't address any details or standards to follow when developing a portal, which is something that has to be included. How is this data going to be validated? It doesn't have to be done to the bit level, but you have to know if you're going to what we call a proven standard. When you look at a lot of the discussion at the Election Law Committee, it makes it sound like we should already have a portal. These things are all over the place being used. Standards are different in every portal. Not all portals are the same. If your bank uses a system, I'm sure your digital signature is traceable to a proven standard. That is not a trivial thing to do. The amendment brought up a couple of issues that I found interesting from the technical point of view. As amended, we remove verification by identification, age, or domicile by affidavit under RSA 654:12. Now, I can understand that because my understanding affidavit, it has to be witnessed. Very difficult to do on the internet. It also showed another problem. Federal law requires that a sworn statement be used for citizenship. Supposedly, citizenship is an expensive thing. This is what I heard in testimony. It's an expensive thing to prove. Here's a case where this should be addressed with the portal. It should be addressed to a standard, but no standard was given. Is it going to be merely a checkbox that we check every time we go onto a new website and we do a checkbox validation, or is it going to be something that really means anything? I am on the Election Law Committee, and I can't tell you that answer. So basically, the last thing that so technically, we got a lot of things to talk about. And whether we have a portal or don't have a portal, we need to know what it can do and what it can't do. And that, I don't think anybody can tell you. The interesting thing was it took out an interesting part of handling and the validation of the data. What we found out, if you read the committee's report on Special Committee on Voter Confidence, the people who are confident in our committee, in our process, are people who deal with the locals all the time. The biggest area of confidence comes from the fact that they know the people handling the data. When I try to challenge anything, people say, oh, that can't be handling in our town, because Mary does such a great job. She's been doing it for 20 years. Now we get these people that we want to increase the voters' confidence. That's what came out of this report. So I'm assuming that's one of our objections, lost my mind, sorry. One of our purposes, we're taking that away. We're taking that hands-on quality that we have right now. Even though there are problems, that is a big confidence factor. So based on confidence and the concerns, I believe that if we put one of these things together, we have to have more focus on oversight, verification, standards, and details. And for those reasons, until that bill comes along, I will not vote for HB 463. Thank you.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order passed as amended on House Bill 463. Representative Brennan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 463 comes to this body with bipartisan support from the Election Law Committee in order to authorize the Secretary of State to modernize voter application processes through the establishment of an election information portal. This bill, as amended, provides specific instructions to the Secretary of State to develop the election portal in consultation with our trusted city and town clerks, supervisors of the checklist, as well as the relevant state departments, and requires that voter requests are processed by real human beings in the appropriate municipal offices for verification to ensure oversight, accountability, and accuracy. So what can a voter do through this election portal? New Hampshire citizens can begin the voter registration process, request an absentee ballot, and make changes like switching their party affiliation or simply correcting a spelling error on their street address. This bill helps modernize an outdated system, makes checklist maintenance easier for election officials, increases the accuracy of the checklist, and offers voters the opportunity to choose the same kind of convenience afforded to them every day when they conduct secure business and banking transactions online. The Election Law Committee heard testimony about limited access to town clerks' offices, especially in our small rural towns that may only be open a few hours a week, making it particularly difficult to manage basic election application processes for hardworking citizens, differently abled folks, and snowbirds spending a couple months away from their hometown. We heard about election officials having extreme challenges reading handwritten forms, long lines, lengthy paper form processing time, and the desire of election officials to make things more efficient. HB 463 resolves these problems while maintaining local officials' important role in verifying voter information as citizens submit their information directly to their trusted local election official through the portal. Committee members in the minority raised concerns about security, but in a bipartisan fashion, the committee provided an additional layer of security to alleviate the worries by adopting an amendment that prohibits an online checkbox affidavit for domicile, age, and identification, thus maintaining review of submitted materials by real human beings before making any changes to the voter rolls. The bipartisan majority agrees that maintaining oversight and integrity in the voting process is critical to our continued successful election procedures that have produced no widespread voter fraud. This bill has the support of the Secretary of State, who has made it a priority to increase voter confidence, and the bipartisan majority agrees this bill maintains election security, increases efficiency, appropriately balances the needs of election officials and voters, and municipalities will find financial relief by saving thousands of dollars each election cycle as a result of the portal from a decrease in paper processing costs. Mr. Speaker, HB 463 is good for Granite Staters, good for election officials, municipalities. It's good for accessibility, accuracy, and democracy. It's time to embrace the 21st century and modernize this small but significant part of our election system in the secure, efficient manner outlined in this bill. And I encourage the bipartisan yes vote this good bill deserves. Thank you.
Motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order passed as amended in House Bill 463. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. A division has been requested. Only people in the room. The member had requested a roll call, which we were unaware of. So I am going to accept the motion for a roll call if it is sufficiently seconded. Well, it seems the request has been withdrawn. So now we're back to a division vote. And this is a verification vote of the voice vote. So, the motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 463. This is a division vote to clarify the voice vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Gilman. Representative Stringham. Representative Post. Representative Post. Thank you.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to state of the vote. 195 voting yea, 172 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Wayne McDonald moves that the House vacate the reference of House Bill 1611 relative to establishing a child care workforce fund to the Committee on Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs.
Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Would you like to restate the motion?
Mr. Speaker, Representative Wayne McDonald moves that the House vacate the reference of House Bill 1611 relative to establishing a committee child care workforce fund to the Committee on Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs.
Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. It is referred to the Special Committee on Child Care. Majority of the Committee on Environment and Agriculture, to which was referred House Bill 369, an act establishing a task force to provide energy relief on farms. If considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Peter Bixby from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Kevin Verville for the minority of the committee. The committee amendment is 2355H, printed in House Record 49, pages 69 through 70. Are you ready for the question on the committee on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. Representative Bixby offers floor amendment 0015. It's in your seat pockets. Are you ready for question? You may speak to the amendment. Representative Bixby is recognized to speak to the amendment.
So the floor amendment was the result of a conversation I had with the member from Barnstead and the former chair of my committee, who now is in the body on the other side of the wall. What the committee amendment narrows the definition of a farmer narrower than what is currently in state statute, and my colleagues pointed out that this could inadvertently exclude new farmers and small farmers from the program, and they would in fact be some of the most appropriate beneficiaries. So what the floor amendment does is it simply makes the definition of farmer consistent with the current definition under RSA 21:34A. So please support the amendment. Thank you.
The motion before us is the Bixby floor amendment 0015. Are you ready for the question on the floor amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the floor amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Verville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, honorable colleagues. I rise in opposition to House Bill 369, and I oppose this bill for several reasons. I won't take up too much of your time, but one of the things that this bill does is it creates duplicative efforts and opportunities. So all the things that this bill proposes to do are currently available. All those services, all that information is available from other sources today. So what this bill wants to do is it wants to spend $100,000 to contract with UNH to have yet another source of all of that information. And last I checked, last year was the budgeting year, and next year will be another budgeting year. And I'm not saying that maybe this isn't a priority, but it is not such a priority that we need to be spending $100,000 to make duplicative information available. So I would say to the people that support this bill, it should be brought back during the normal budgeting process and funded then. My other challenge is that it's very narrowly focused, right? So this is for energy efficiency, this is for alternative energies, you know, so-called green energies, and things like that, but focused only to farmers, only to farms, and not to the average citizen that could also benefit from this information. But of course, they can go get that information in a whole lot of other places because all this information is currently available. So we want to spend $100,000 to contract with UNH to bundle publicly available, readily available information and funnel it only to farmers. That, to me, is not a good use of time. It's not a good use of money. And so for that reason, I would ask you to press the shiny red button to oppose the ought to pass so that another motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Bixby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bottom line for HB 369 as amended is that it will help farmers get USDA and other grants that will significantly reduce their energy costs. The USDA Rural Energy for America program, REAP grants, are available to rural farms and small businesses. And small businesses are defined with businesses that make up to $50 million a year. And in New Hampshire, farms are a very small fraction of the grant recipients. This is because larger small businesses have the staff and time available to really design and fulfill the application process. Small farms don't really have this luxury. They are generally running on very short staff. Farmers are busy doing all the business of the farm. They don't have as much time to do the research necessary to get these grants. What the bill does is it provides a cooperative extension field specialist contracted through the Department of Agriculture to provide advice for farmers on energy and on-farm energy and engineering design, identify resources, identify grants and loans that are available, and line up the resources to help with the application process. A key advantage of advice from the extension rather than from a vendor is that the extension has experience looking at the whole farm context and figuring out how to maximize farm efficiencies. So this is something that's really critical for New Hampshire agriculture. If we want New Hampshire agriculture to thrive and to provide a larger percentage of the food that we now eat, and New Hampshire is way behind even our neighboring states in terms of how much our farms are able to provide for in terms of our food budgets. So if we want to support our farmers, we need to provide farms with the leverage they need to become more efficient and productive. And providing an engineering and field advisor for New Hampshire farms will result in substantial long-term cost savings for New Hampshire farms. Please vote yes to support our hardworking New Hampshire farmers. Vote green for those crops. Thank you.
Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 369. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Comtois for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill is not ready for prime time, as the amendment brought forth does not address all the concerns the committee had, and if I know that every county already contributes to UNH Extension, whom this money is slated for, by all New Hampshire taxpayers, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that just last week the New Hampshire Farm Bureau sent out information about an on-farm solar webinar with funding for this provided by TOP, Transition to Organic Partnership, NOFA New Hampshire, and the Department of Ag, proving that there are already several resources available to New Hampshire farmers interested in energy efficiency and climate resilience. Would I now push the red button?
Chair recognizes Representative McGee for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill is the result of a seventh-generation New Hampshire farmer who wanted to know why the state of New Hampshire wasn't helping farmers to lower their enormous energy costs, when he had a friend who was powering his entire operation with tracking solar arrays, and he was jealous, basically. And if I know that this bill was vetted by the Department of Agriculture and then retained in committee and amended to enable the UNH Cooperative Extension to hire an advisor that would provide farmers with advice on design, funding, and project planning for current energy technologies that could help them lower their bills and keep them in business. And if I know that this bill, as amended, directly impacts whether both new and long-standing and established family farms are able to continue providing us with locally grown produce, which improves our quality of life, our security, and helps lower their costs, and therefore our costs, then would I now press the green button to create one position at the Co-op Extension to help farmers navigate cost-saving measures through the approval of the New Hampshire Farm Energy Systems Advisory Program, which they would otherwise not have the time to be able to take the energy to look into and centralize without this program, and having the advice in one place where they know how to get it. Thank you.
Motion before us, Majority Committee report of order passed and amended on House Bill 369. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 186 voting yea, 187 voting nay. Committee report fails.
Motion to table, please.
It is proper motion. Motion is in order to table House Bill 369. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Division. The motion before us is to table House Bill 369. This is a division vote. House will be in order. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Peterson. Representative Hicks. Representative Gerard. Representative Moffett. You need to give me a thumbs up or down. Thank you.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 322 voting yea, 54 voting nay. House Bill 369 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Environment and Agriculture, to which was referred House Bill 602 FN, an act relative to landfill siting. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment, a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Kelly Potenza from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution, resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Kevin Verville from the minority of the committee. The committee amendment is 2333H, printed in House Record 49, pages 89 through 90. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Senator Potenza offers floor amendment 0042H. It's in your seat pockets and is recognized to speak to her amendment.
Good afternoon. So the amendment that's in your pocket takes away one line from the bill that we just approved. It is basically saying that the environmental rules remain in effect until July 1, 2025, or until the readopted rules are effective. Hearing from my colleagues, that was an issue in possibly kicking the can down the road with permitting rules that are going to be in effect, that should be in effect this summer.
The motion before us is the Potenza Floor Amendment 0042H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes the question now is ought to pass as amended. The chair recognizes Representative Potenza.
This amendment of HB 602 provides requested guidance and direction for the state agency, which is DES, and is pro-business for the industry by implementing a preliminary application into DES's new permitting rules in the process. Currently, New Hampshire's landfill application process requires the developer to submit each permit, air, wetlands, solid waste, etc., in full before DES will review it. This can be very costly to the developer and to the state, as thousands of person hours in staff and time are needed to review a full application. New Hampshire has been lagging behind most states for decades with their permitting process. This bill brings New Hampshire in line with a two-phase permit process that will save both private and public money. Hearing from a DES employee after this amendment was proposed in our committee, which was voted in 13-6, even though they are not publicly allowed, of course, to speak for or against legislation, the employees stated that they were happy this legislation was moving forward. The main reason was because the industry is putting pressure on DES before submitting applications, asking questions about proposed locations. This two-phase permit process can help eliminate the lobbying efforts, which is putting DES employees in uncomfortable positions. This bill merely asks DES, while it is already revising the relevant regulations, to create a preliminary application phase so that applications that are clearly ill-conceived can be rejected based upon the evidence contained in a partial permit application. Also, those applications that are basically deemed plausible can then proceed to a full application, which can be processed more quickly than a single-phase application, since DES will already have evaluated the basic parameters of the location proposed. So rather than the old bill, which was, 602 from last session, rather than that, which was actually writing, statute or criteria into the statute for DES, this is just basically a preliminary application that the legislature here can merely direct, which DES is asking us to do all of the time, to develop such criteria on their own, which they are currently in the process of doing based upon their own judgment and comments from experts in the public. Please approve this. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Verville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, the floor amendment, what's it fix? So, the previous bill said that we're going to get a third party involved with DES for writing the new rules. DES is writing new landfill siting rules. I don't know if you guys knew that. They're due to be complete this summer. DES expects to be finished with their landfill rule writing this summer. And so the bill wants to get a third party, as of yet unnamed, unknown, so maybe pro-business, maybe not, maybe pro-environment, maybe not, who knows? You got to wait to find out. You have to pass the bill to find out who's going to get the contract. So the floor amendment says, well, the current rules will stay in effect if they don't get the new rules done in time because we're bringing this third party in, which could delay it by a year or two. But what I hear on both sides is nobody seems to like the current rules. So if we pass this bill, we're going to enshrine the current rules, which nobody seems to like, until such a time as new rules get written by DES with the help of an unknown third party. One of my favorite refrains in this body is, trust our experts. Trust our experts. We hire, the state of New Hampshire, hire some of the best and the brightest to do our work, the work of the state. And we've entrusted them for decades. When I say them, I'm talking right now about DES, in writing landfill siting rules and regulations. But now, all of a sudden, when they're going to be done this summer, we don't trust them. We want to get a third party involved to give some sort of advice that we don't really know what it's going to be. How do you know the rules that DES is writing are broken if they haven't been published yet? So this bill is a fix for something that's being done that's not complete. So we don't know if there's a problem. So what I'm really asking for is to kill this bill Let DES publish their new rules and regulations for landfill siting, and then if there's an issue, come back and correct whatever issue we believe may or may not exist. That's what I'm asking you to do. A two-phase permitting process. Sounds like fun, right? Bite once. If you're lucky, you get to swallow. Bite twice. Find out. Can drag on forever. Can drag on forever, the current process. Well, that's interesting because my understanding is that a solid waste company, a company that takes care of solid waste, has put in a new permit for a location up north, of which we've heard about before. That's really where this all comes from. May or may not be up by Dalton. And DES, and this is just recently, and DES has already told them, we're sorry, we're not really doing much with your permit because it's incomplete. So in a matter of weeks, a couple of months at most, DES has already said your application is incomplete. That does not sound like dragging on for inordinate amounts of time. It seems to me that DES is getting applications, working very efficiently, very effectively, and getting back with the correct information for all parties involved. I've seen a lot of emails flying back and forth about this particular application, and DES is responding to parties on both sides of this issue in an unbelievably timely manner when we consider it state bureaucracy, right? Because bureaucracy drags on. Well, DES is not dragging their feet. So I'm not sure I agree with any of that. I'm on Environment and Agriculture Committee, and you're going to see a lot more bills like this in the next 6 months. Trivia question for you. Hazmat generated within the state of New Hampshire, where does it go? It goes out of state. Do you know why? Do you know why it goes out of state? Because New Hampshire does not have a hazmat remediation facility within our state boundaries. And people are complaining about the siting of landfills in New Hampshire, and one of the big complaints is we're going to be importing trash. Well, we already import trash. We export trash. Trash goes both ways, right? Commerce Clause allows that. So imagine if New Hampshire put a ban on the importation of trash, and other states did the same, and we start passing bills that make it impossible to site a landfill in New Hampshire, because in my opinion, that's the end game of this type of legislation, is to make it so that we cannot site landfills within New Hampshire. That means we would have to export all of our trash. So first we're complaining that we're importing trash, but then we want to write rules, regulations, and state law that will eventually force us to have to export all of our trash. That's not fair. That's not equitable. That is not good public policy. This is a difficult topic. It really is. And the state of New Hampshire is not perfect at this time. I don't disagree with that at all. This fix is not the right fix. It's not the right fix at the right time. Let's trust our experts. Let's trust DES to write the new rules and the new regulations. Let them bring it to GELCAR. Let the process play out. Let's see what our experts propose for us to help us work through this. And then, if we don't like what they bring us, then let us consider potential corrective actions. Right now, the process is on time and working out as planned, and that's what we should do. So for that reason, I'm asking you to vote against the ought to pass. And so another motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Germaina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish my House colleagues a happy new year. I think the most common question I get from constituents back in Keene and Cheshire County is, do we ever get anything done here on a bipartisan basis? And I'm happy to tell them we do. I talk to them about the consent calendar. I talk about all the good bipartisan work that we get done here in Concord. I'm proud to say that my committee, with leadership on both sides of the aisle, is an especially bipartisan committee, and we work hard to come together on legislation that we feel not only benefits the people of the state of New Hampshire, but has a very realistic chance of getting bipartisan support from our colleagues in the House. This piece of legislation is no different. Despite our many differences on a wide variety of topics, this body in this chamber has been consistent in our bipartisan support when it comes to protecting the environment and public health, when it comes to landfill siting. As I said, this bill is a perfect example of the work that we have been striving to do together. When we talk to the Department of Environmental Services about the kinds of legislation that will benefit them most in their efforts, what they tell us is that they need a balance of clarity and flexibility. They need to know what the direction is that the legislature is providing, but they also need us to provide the flexibility that allows them to write the kinds of rules that will enact the will of the legislature. That's exactly what 602 does. This does not tell DES what they have to put as the criterion in the first stage. It doesn't dictate any range of policies, any content of policies. With due respect to my colleague, I'm not really sure what bill it was that he was reading before he prepared his floor speech. This bill does not refer to any third party. It does not require DES to go out and bring a third party in to come up with any list of requirements. It's simply not in the bill. What the bill says is that DES will determine what the disqualifying conditions would be. And if an applicant submits an application and it doesn't meet those minimum requirements, it simply gets returned without prejudice. By the way, this is a permitting application process that these businesses deal with in states all across the country. They're perfectly familiar with it. It doesn't dictate to DES what those criterion has to be. It doesn't require a third party to come in and do any work to tell DES how to do their jobs. My colleague, I think, was absolutely right when he said that we should trust our experts, and that is precisely what 602 is designed to do. DES is in the middle of rewriting those rules. I'm confident that they're going to come up with a set of rules that will provide the type of protections that we all want for our constituents here in the Granite State. The draft rules, as they are out now for public review, contain a very strong statement already. It says that the footprint of a landfill and associated infrastructure shall be located such that a discharge, spill, leachate release, or other failure of the waste containment system or associated infrastructure, I know, sexy stuff, will be detected and assessed and remediation initiated prior to contamination reaching any perennial water body. That's a part of the rules that they're working on right now. That's a strong statement. I think that's a statement that we can all get behind. And we are simply asking for a first stage in this process that will quantify what that means, to give direction to all of the applicants to know this is what we're looking for, that DES doesn't need to use unnecessary time, and neither does the applicant, in order to enter their permit to be successful and to provide the protections that we all want and need for our constituents. So I ask you all, as our committee members on both sides of the aisle did, to come together and to support this legislation in the best interests of Granite Staters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Bixby has asked for a division vote. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 602. This is going to be a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Comtois for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that DES is already knee-deep in writing the rules and would like the opportunity to complete them before more legislation is thrown at them, and if I know that their rules are to be completed in August of 2024, just a mere 7 months from now, and that we can help with the direction of the rules by attending the public hearings and being involved as legislators and citizens. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that we need to let the process play out before we try to legislate what should and shouldn't be in the rules, would I now press the red button?
Chair recognizes Representative Simon for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 602 has absolutely nothing to do with third-party consultants, Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 602 also has absolutely nothing to do with landfill siting criteria, it merely requires the implementation of a preliminary phase of the application process. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that the two-phase landfill application permitting process has been a standard procedure across the country for decades, and furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if I know that implementing a two-phase application process can streamline this process, saving time and money, not only for the state, but also, more importantly, for the applicant, would I then press the green button and support this bill? Thank you.
The motion before us is a majority committee report of ought to pass and amended on House Bill 602. This is a division vote. If you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you are opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 226 voting yea, 145 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 559 FN, establishing a state retirement plan group for new state employee members of the retirement system, comes to us without recommendation. Representative Simon offers a motion of ought to pass and offers amendment 2406, printed in House Record 49, pages 87 through 89. Chair recognizes Representative Steve Pearson to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this afternoon to speak against the amendment in House Bill 559. What this amendment does, it's a rewrite, right? So we're going to be looking at this amendment versus the bill itself. This legislation creates a third pension system. This concept does not promote people having careers with the state, but simply turns them into a job. This will lead to higher turnover rates, as has happened in the state of Alaska, leading to constant and expensive costs to train new people. Doing the work of the state is not a job-hopping opportunity. Under this provision, an employee who leaves state employment can choose to leave their money in the plan. So the system will have to manage a plan for someone who does not even work for the state anymore. This can be an employee who only worked for the state for 1 year. The New Hampshire retirement system stated they don't want to manage this. The original fiscal note on this bill did not even calculate the operational costs associated with this type of plan and opens up its management potentially to a third party. Nor did it calculate how many employees we would have to hire. This amendment has no fiscal note attached to it or analysis. The original bill had a $53 million impact beginning in 2026, and that is the cheapest year annually moving forward. This amendment, which makes changes, does not have a fiscal analysis as to what those changes will do.
The member will suspend. It's getting awful noisy in here. The member has a right to be heard. If you need to have a conversation, take it out into the anteroom. Member may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this amendment will do is it will require employers, i.e. the state, i.e. the taxpayer, to pay into Group 3 and Group 1 for the same employee. So the taxpayer has to pay into two different pension systems for one person. This is because this provision does not lower the pension debt that we are currently working through. The bill's methodology, the original bill's methodology, says the costs will continue to increase accordingly as more new hires are eligible for the plan. Now, New Hampshire is not paving the road on this concept. We can thank the state of Alaska for this. This was implemented in Alaska in 2006, and it has been an absolute disaster for Alaska. So much so that half of the members of Alaska's Senate have announced their support for legislation that would reinstate their pension system. Unlike New Hampshire, where bills have a single prime sponsor, Alaska allows 3 prime sponsors. All 3 of those are Republicans. So I rise today in opposition to the creation of a third pension system that does not reduce the current debt that we are working towards and successfully working towards eliminating. I rise in opposition to this because the agency that handles our pension system doesn't want to deal with it. And I rise in opposition to this because this is the beginning of a road that we cannot afford to go down. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this conversation is on the amendment to the bill, and with due respect to my colleague and my friend, I think he's confused as to the content of the amendment as opposed to the content of the original bill. This amendment actually addresses a few of his concerns. First, if you look at, if you're so inclined, page 88 of this calendar, looking at the first line, the amendment pulls Group 3, this new group, out of the New Hampshire retirement system and puts it under the auspices of the administrator of the plan for the deferred compensation plan, with the assistance of the services of the administrative services. So it's no longer in the New Hampshire retirement system. If this passes, it's now moved over to this other group, and the administrator has told us that he has no problem facilitating this. It's not a big deal whatsoever. The other thing that this amendment does is it just raises the percent of earnable compensation that the employer is going to be given towards the employee. It makes it a bit of a richer deal for the employee to make it a little bit more attractive as a plan. As far as making deposits into two separate plans, well, yes, because we still have the unfunded liability, the money that would always be going towards the undefined, thank you, will still go to that to pay down the liability, and the actual money that the employee and the employer are putting in will go into the new Group 3 retirement plan in order to accumulate that benefit for them in the future. So we're not neglecting the accrued liability. That still has to be paid down. They're still paying towards that even with this new Group 3. And finally, the last thing that I would address that my colleague said is that this would hurt retention. The whole reason for bringing it forward is because retention with this particular group of employees is already non-existent. Almost like a vast majority of them don't reach vestment, which means that they'll pay into the present pension system and they'll never see a benefit for it. So at least with this plan, from day one, their contributions, the employer's contributions, go to the employee. So from day one, they have access to those. So they're already treating it like a job and not as a career. That's half of the reason why the bill was brought forward. So just wanted to kind of address some of his concerns and maybe your concerns and say whether or not you plan on voting for the overall bill, this amendment certainly makes the bill more attractive and better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is Amendment 2406. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. A few more get in the room. Representative Osborne has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? You got to stand up and be in your seats. It is sufficiently seconded. Members will be in their seats. The motion before us is on the amendment 2406. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. Chair recognizes Representative Carol McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the current retirement system is not satisfactory to the Group 1 state employees, since a very large percentage of them do not serve long enough to get any benefit from it, and if I know that this is more comparable to retirement systems in the private sector to which the Group 1 state employees frequently go to or come back from, and if I know that this amendment fixed the administrative issues that had been pointed out at the public hearing, and there were some, this is a much cheaper plan to administer, and if I know that this offers options to our employees that many of them will desire, would I not press the green button and adopt this amendment? Thank you.
The motion before us is Amendment 2406. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Vail. Representative Vail.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. (181) voting yea, 192 voting nay. The amendment fails. Chair recognizes Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move indefinite postponement.
Representative Stephen Pearson moves indefinite postponement. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Representative Turcotte moves a roll call. That's it is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is indefinite postponement on House Bill 559. This is a roll call vote. House will be in order. Chair recognizes Representative Stephen Pearson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this legislation does not reduce the current pension debt by 1 penny, and if I know that adding a third pension system to a system that we have right now that has a plan to be repaired and is successful is not a great idea, and if I know that turning state careers into simple job hopping opportunities is not in the best interest of the people, would I vote yes on indefinitely postponing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Carol McGuire. For a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that in every one of the 15 years I've been in the legislature, we've had multiple bills tweaking and changing our retirement system, and if I know that we still have a dozen or 20 this year, then, and I also know that this indefinite postponement simply keeps us from considering one possible change of the many possible issues that we have with the retirement system. Would I not consider it inappropriate to ban this one small piece instead of saying we will not consider any changes to the pension system? Please vote against indefinite postponement.
The motion before us is indefinite postponement on House Bill 559. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Weyler. Representative Weyler.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 201 voting yea, 174 voting nay. Indefinite postponement passes. Majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 644 FN, an act relative to regulating barbers, cosmetologists, and estheticians. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, and a recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Tony Likas from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jackie Grody for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 2436H, printed in House Record 49, page 96. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. A division has been requested. Members will take their seats. Is somebody doing the PI? She's doing the PI? No PIs. The motion before us is Majority Committee Report of Ought to Pass as amended, House Bill 644. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Stringham, Representative Wolf. Representative Carey. Representative Reynolds. Representative Reynolds. You have to give me a thumbs up or down, please. All set.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 196 voting yea, 178 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 436 FN Local, an act relative to Group 2 retirement under transition provisions retirement system. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Dan McGuire for the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Wallner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion that we lay this bill on the table.
The motion is to lay House Bill 436 on the table. Are you ready? A division has been requested. Members, will take your seats. Motion before us is to table House Bill 436. This is going to be a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Wallner for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that House Bill 436, as amended, is the first significant spending bill before this House this year, it will spend $50 million to pay down the retirement fund unfunded liability, and that's only a very small part of the unfunded liability. And if I know there are many, many more bills that will come before us in the coming months, including a Group 2 retirement bill, which is the result of a bipartisan commission that will need tens of millions of dollars. And if I know that we will have a much better handle on our revenues and our ability to financially support spending when we get closer to crossover. And if I know we need to be very careful and prioritize our spending in the second year of the biennium, and that laying House Bill 436 on the table at this time will still allow us to take the bill off the table before crossover when we will have better financial information, allowing us to make a better informed decision. Would I now vote yes to laying this bill on the table?
Chair recognizes Representative Leishman for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know House Bill 436 is a duplicate of House Bill 50 that passed the Finance Committee last year by a vote of 25-0 on March 16th, and I know that this bill will lower the contribution rates that our municipalities pay the New Hampshire retirement system, and that's one of the reasons the Municipal Association supports this legislation. And if I know with the passage of House Bill 436, the retirement contribution rates that our municipalities pay will be lower, which could actually be a tax cut to those municipalities. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that as of today there's an adequate surplus to fund this bill, wouldn't I press the red button against tabling? Thank you.
Motion before us is to table House Bill 436. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 176 voting yea, 198 voting nay. Tabling motion fails. Wait, we still got the amendment. We have to take up the amendment. This brings us back to the amendment, 2458H, printed in House Record 49, page 73. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready? Are you ready for the question? The motion before us is ought to pass as amended in House Bill 436. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Representative Heather Raymond declared a conflict of interest and did not participate. Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 468 FNA, an act making an appropriation to the Department of Education for an attorney to recodify education laws. If considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Tracy Emmerich for the committee. The amendment is 2294H, printed in House Record 49, page 76. You ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 546 FN Local, an act relative to the school building aid program. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Tracy Emmerich for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Chair recognizes Representative Harkin Phillips.
So, Happy New Year, everybody. I'm about to talk about some big dollar figures, so stay with me. It's going to get interesting. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the motion of ITL of HB 546. This is relative to school building aid, and the reason why I oppose it is because our public buildings are deteriorating at a faster pace than we can manage possibly to restore them or to rebuild them on their own at a district level. New Hampshire school districts need our help in providing this necessary and critical piece of public education funding.
The member will suspend. It's getting awful noisy in here again. We're moving along pretty good. If you need to have a conversation, please take it out into the ante room. Member may continue.
Yes, New Hampshire school districts need our help in providing this necessary and critical piece of public education funding. And it's our job as legislators to find a way to meet that need. Here are the raw facts from our own Department of Education and even our colleague who chairs the Education Committee. There's about 450 public education buildings in our state that serve about 165,000 students who are in grades K through 12. About half of 450 of those buildings are over 60 years old. These buildings, frankly, are old and crumbling, and the facts only get worse. That's just a snapshot. The problem is these antiquated buildings are riddled with safety concerns. For instance, they're non-ADA compliant. There's a lot of imminent danger type risks, fire, hazard, asbestos, lead, other hazards like that. There's poor air quality, water quality concerns. There's inefficient heating and lighting systems. There's sinking foundations, structural integrity issues, and of course, there are subpar emergency exits, which are really troubling. Other buildings were built for elementary school style students, but they're serving inappropriately high school bodies, and frankly, they're overcrowded. Some of these buildings do not have the capability to facilitate required STEM curriculum because they have outdated, unsafe, or just a complete lack of lab spaces. But I want you to understand these are not aesthetic issues. These are down to the studs, bone of the building issues. And the DOE's informal estimate of New Hampshire's total need for school building grant-eligible funding, if there was no $50 million arbitrary cap for the entire 450 buildings, that would exceed $120 million per fiscal year to keep up. Colleagues, our $50 million a year cap is not getting close to covering the problem. We're talking about more than $70 million that go unaddressed each fiscal year. So what we know is that our current funding is not even coming close. And of the 17 school districts that applied for the 24-25 budget cycle of school building aid, only 3 school districts were approved for that building aid funding, leaving the last 14 in a lurch with absolutely no ability to receive help from the state. So why are so many of those projects not being funded? And this is really the critical issue. That's why the Finance Committee is taking a look. Notwithstanding the bottleneck from the projects during the 10-year moratorium starting in 2009 where no building aid was funded, New Hampshire is paying off its debt service to these projects and obligated payments. So this is what we call the tail, and you'll see that in the calendar. To give you an idea of the size of this tail, in 2024, it's $27.4 million. And remember, we have a $50 million cap, so we're talking about even less than half goes to new projects. We're really just paying on the old matter at hand. So the fact is, each year, the applicant list for the school funding building aid gets longer and longer and longer. And while 3 buildings come off, 6 more can apply and add to the list. Guys, this is a compounding problem, and an astute observer of this issue would call it really a crisis. This bill, 546, it attempts to move us in the right direction of addressing this crisis in 2 parts. One, to have a non-lapsing continual appropriation of a minimum of $50 million per year transferred to the Public Education Building Fund, in addition to working on that debt service. What we're saying is that we understand the obligation of paying both off our previous commitments and working on that debt service, but also spending a reasonable amount of money to tackle the real issue at hand with addressing the new projects that are desperately needed across the state. So let's break down why critics of this bill think it's a bad idea. So critics are saying it incentivizes overspending. This may be an important theoretical argument to have in your mind, but it just falls flat. It's not true. No district is spending more money than they can afford on building aid, and that's simply because we know there's a budget process. Communities are informed that they're going to have to take out loans in addition to building aid funds to support their community's spending on these projects if they can't foot the bill themselves. Furthermore, their school budgets are analyzing the needs of their school systems, proposing reasonable, prudent budgets that will address those needs, and then, of course, informing their constituents that in order to pass that project, they're also going to attempt to apply for this building aid fund from the state, but we might have to go it alone. Voters know this when they vote, and if they approve those budgets, they can afford it. If they don't approve those budgets, it's obviously not affordable, and you're back to the drawing board. Critics will also say, why add more funding to this project, building aid source, funding source outside the budget process? And I'll say, look, we did attempt to reach both the governor's proposal and this body's proposal, attempted to increase the annual funding, but the body on the other side of this wall did not agree with that and reduced it back to the $50 million cap per year. What we know is it's time to tell our friends on the other side of the wall that we actually mean it. We want to actually tackle this issue, and we'll vote to send it back to them. Critics are also going to say this is way too expensive. We just cannot afford a maximum of $27 million in addition to what we're already spending per year. Look, it's true that many communities can't afford it, and those districts have already been taxed to the hilt, and their property taxes can't afford additional expenditures and raises. But we know that a state's in a better position to act. Our education trust fund is at an all-time revenue surplus, thanks to prudent spending and planning. The Education Trust Fund is currently the source for building aid, and it's at an excess of $160 million as we stand right now. That money is obviously restricted for educational funding purposes only, and it can't be used in other ways. So these funds are not going anywhere, but neither is this problem. And it's up to us to make this decision to use these funds in a real positive way. Critics will also ask, what about the communities that previously used these funds or chose not to use these funds and moved forward with their own plan? What happens to them? And I would say the reality is that if we understand buildings have a 35 to 40 year turnover of useful life, that these communities may not need this fund in the next 5, 10, or 15 years, but eventually these communities will also need to return to this fund, and yes, it will be available for them as well. All right, I'm getting to the end here. Sorry, guys. Critics will ask, why should New Hampshire be funding more school building aid if we know there are fewer students and there's a declining population across the state? And the answer to that is easy. New Hampshire's highly respected Department of Education administrator put it this way with a metaphor. Just because fewer cars are crossing over a bridge doesn't mean the bridge has to be less safe. And I agree, just because there are fewer kids moving through the threshold of our school doors does not mean that those school buildings need to be less safe, less modern, and less healthy. We owe it to our kids to provide building aid for, those exact safe, healthy, and modern schools. So if you're still looking for 3 reasons to vote for this bill, it's this. 1, HB 546 is stakeholder approved. We've got the New Hampshire School Board Association, the New Hampshire School Board Authority, the New Hampshire School Funding Fairness Project, and even the Department of Education on board saying that it would be helpful to give a more stable and consistent allocation to schools year after year so that people know how to plan. 2, HB 546 is proactive legislation. We know that there's been a big Supreme Court case order that's just come down in the dual cases of Conval and Rand, where the New Hampshire General Court has been put on notice that we are doing it wrong and that we failed, and that we have to make a big change. This is important. We have been ordered by the Supreme Court of this state to determine how we're going to make a significant change for the future of education funding. This, I propose, is a good first step. Last, HB 546 is a good and wise legislation, and this is the most important point today. These buildings are not just temples of our educational progress in our communities, they're also our civic centers of engagement. People are learning there, but people are gathering there and taking a little bit of ownership of their community for this building. And I ask you, my colleagues, to please support this investment, not only into the legislature's constitutional obligation to provide public education to New Hampshire students, but also an investment into the physical representation of our community's civic core. For these reasons and more, Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to vote no on the motion of ITL on HB 546 so that another motion may be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Emmerich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague made my case. I'm in finance. The guidance to finance is not to spend more money. The guidance to finance is to be fair, thoughtful, and considerate, which we have been for several years. We have budgeted $50 million for the last 3 budget cycles, and what that $50 million is paying off is some real bad decisions that were made 20 years ago, and current debt service for current borrowing. Now, the debt service does come out of the $50 million. The fiscal note on this says that this bill will increase spending by $27 million. It was a pretty easy decision to say, I'm not really excited about spending an additional $27 million. So that's why we support the ITL. I think my colleague made a very good case for education, for funding school renovations. But keep in mind, when I joined finance about 10 years ago, there were 220,000 students in this state. Today, there are 155,000 students. A lot of schools are going to be abandoned in a very short period of time and merged with other communities. There's just not enough students anymore to have as many schools as we have. So I ask you to support the ITL and not approve an additional $27 million. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 546. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Representative Weber has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on House Bill 546. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Kate Murray for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that we are woefully behind in our responsibility to provide clean, safe, and modern schools for the children of New Hampshire, and if I know that this bill provides an excellent opportunity to provide additional support beyond what was provided in the original budget, and that this is both a fiscally responsible move as well as a governmentally and civically responsible move, and if I know that even if this leaves many projects yet to be addressed, this funding provides needed help to several additional schools, perhaps your school, and will put us on a better path towards addressing the school building issues that we face. Would I now press the red button to defeat the ITL motion so that another motion in support of school building aid can come forward? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Weyler for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the school building aid program was created decades ago when burgeoning enrollment required new buildings, it was never intended to pay for repairs and maintenance. Those were always a responsibility of the district. And if I further know that declining enrollment has left some buildings empty, and that if the district sold them at best price, they should have plenty of money for other construction and not come back to us. In a period of declining enrollment, big numbers is not the time to start a building boom. Thank you. Press the green button.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on House Bill 546. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative O'Kella.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 186 voting yea, 189 voting nay. The committee report fails. The majority report fails. He was up first. For what reason did member rise?
Move to table.
The motion is to table House Bill 546. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Who requests a roll call? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is to table House Bill 546. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative McHugh.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 190 voting yea, 187 voting nay. Tabling motion passes.
The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred HB 601 FN Local, an act relative to state participation in the Medicaid Direct Certification Program for free and reduced price school meals. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Daniel Popovici-Muller for the majority of the committee. The minority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred HB 601 FN Local, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Mary Heath for the minority of the committee. Representative Hacken Phillips is recognized to speak against the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to the motion of ITL for HB 601 relative to state participation in the Medicaid Direct Certification Program for free and reduced price school meals. First, let's talk about what this bill would actually do. 601 enables, let me say that again, 601 enables the Department of Education to apply to participate in the USDA pilot program for Medicaid Direct Certification. That methodology for free and reduced price school meals covering K through 12 kids. This bill destigmatizes and simplifies the existing process of requiring parents to fill out paper enrollment forms. And it really tries to capture the kids who qualify and need these meals, but for some reason don't return the forms. If the state already has data on existing Medicaid-eligible families and kids throughout DHHS records, this data set could securely and accurately be shared with the Department of Education to automatically enroll those eligible kids into the free and reduced meal program without the existing, unreliable, and inefficient step of returning that paper enrollment. So why is the Medicaid Direct Certification process for free and reduced meal application important? We know that New Hampshire kids are hungry, and food insufficiency is on the rise for our students. We all have anecdotes, but we don't need to rely on them because we have the U.S. Census Pulse survey conducted by the experts at the New Hampshire Hunger Solutions that shows us approximately 200,000 kids in our state live in food insecure households. The state also knows that more kids were taking advantage of the free and reduced meal program since the pandemic started, according to the Department of Education's own data. So if we know there's an increased need, what is preventing New Hampshire from feeding these kids? I have to ask, when did feeding hungry at-risk kids become such a bad thing? The long and short of it, folks, the answer is money. New Hampshire, their adequacy calculation for school funding is significantly impacted on the Medicaid direct certification because any increase across the board on free and reduced meal counts would result in a corresponding increase in the adequacy aid calculation over the baseline. So one estimate by the Department of Education is that a 15% increase in the amount of free and reduced school meal kids would result in approximately, wait for it, $114 million increase in the adequacy for fiscal year 2027. That's the first point at which a fiscal impact of the direct certification would really start to show up here in our state. Another estimate by the same body, the DOE, provides that projected increase of over $190 million over the biennium. But to be fair, the Department of Education's analysts can't actually provide a statistically meaningful margin of error, and it's likely that the actual estimates fluctuate by tens of millions of dollars. So we as legislators are left guessing, what is the actual amount of such a program? What is that impact, even if we know it's significant? So I'm asking you to open your hearts and minds. Look to the possibility of accepting this policy, and the way we do that is by dispelling some of the critiques. The estimate of the Department of Education that it could be up to $190 million over the biennium, and this idea that it's too expensive and our education trust fund can't possibly support it. Well, we know, according to the Department of Education, that in their own analysis, the estimates provided are unreliable because, first, the adequacy formula relies heavily on inflated free and reduced meal program numbers, since that pandemic-era waiver was in effect. We also know that it's unreliable because property data also fluctuates vastly year to year. So it's important to acknowledge that the change to direct certification will cause a significant impact onto our budget, but that significant impact is already approaching us on the horizon. Don't forget that the Education Trust Fund is strong. It's currently at $160 million, with the largest revenue collection months of March and April coming just around the corner. The state is in an all-time revenue surplus, and we should not be afraid to use it. Remember that the Education Trust Fund is restricted to be utilized for educational expenditures only, and that this cause is a worthy cause. What better than feeding our neediest kids at school when our coffers are overflowing? There's also a critique that we've already changed our education adequacy formula in the last budget cycle, so why would we do it again? Look, it's true that we did make a significant increase to education spending during the bipartisan negotiations of our last budget cycle, and to be fair, it's a historic and commendable bipartisan effort from this chamber and the one behind us. But it doesn't affect this budget as much. And we should remember that this decision to change wouldn't affect us in a fiscal impact for many years to come. The other reality is that we've already been ordered by the New Hampshire Supreme Court to make a significant change in the way we provide a constitutionally adequate public education. A bigger and more radical change has been ordered by our court, and we as legislators have the important task of meeting this challenge. Here, this bill is our chance for us to make another historic and commendable change. There's considerable concerns about privacy rights that we keep hearing about. Many people are saying they're concerned about different state agencies sharing information without consent. And I think it's best to leave the other body's testimony as an example of why this is not a significant concern. During the other body's hearings on the matter, a simple fix was proposed to avoid privacy concerns that have been raised by allowing the Medicaid applicant to authorize sharing of data with the Department of Education at the time of application. Similarly, allowing the Department of Education to make a free and reduced meal application. This applicant, the parent, presumably, could authorize the Department of Education to verify its Medicaid enrollment with the Department of Health and Human Services simply by checking a box on the application form. We are further assured that the few staff at DHHS and the Department of Education would actually have access to this limited student or parental information because this program is a computer-based data match program. We even know that fewer staff at our local schools would have access to this information as well. So, while we have an example from our past that even gives us greater assurance, we know that privacy concerns have not been raised in the 16 years that the New Hampshire state government has been directly certifying children based on SNAP and TANF program, and that the state is confident that they'll be able to maintain these constitutional parameters of privacy for Medicaid direct certification as well. All right, last point, parental rights. We hear about this all the time. Parents don't want their children enrolled for a program that they haven't consented to. And the easy fix that we just talked about, that the other body proposed, is one way that the Medicaid applicant process ensures parents are given ample notice to consent to the participation in the FNR program. Additional efforts at providing parental notice can be made, including an opt-out, and that exists in this legislation. As always, parents are given the tools to be informed about the program and are in control of their children's participation in it. But let's not throw out the possibility of an efficient FNR enrollment program through Medicaid direct certification because of this loosely based argument. Guys, in conclusion, many of us believe that feeding hungry kids at school is a natural progression of our legislation here in the state. If not today, many believe it will eventually become the law. So now is the time to allow New Hampshire to spend a little more on our most needy kids because we've been ordered by a court, in part, to do so, and because we're benefiting from this historic revenue surplus that make this endeavor possible. This enabling legislation is not only feasible, it's also morally imperative to prioritize childhood hunger in a rich, developed society. New Hampshire children are a collective future, and everyone benefits when they're fed and healthy because they make better informed citizens. And so, Mr. Speaker, for these reasons, I urge you to vote no on the motion of ITL against HB 601. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request a roll call vote.
Representative Popovici-Miller is recognized to speak for the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleagues. I will be as brief as possible. The fact that HB 601 is not about addressing hunger in public schools is easily shown by its price tag. $190 million over a biennium to benefit about 7,700 children. That's over $25K per kid per biennium, or $68 per kid per day. Unless our schools, school cafeterias have Michelin stars, that kind of money ain't paying for food. So, do we have a hunger problem in New Hampshire? Yes, even though one could argue with the definition of food insufficiency that combines people who are genuinely not having enough food with people who have enough food but don't have exactly the food they like. Based on the definition, my family is food insufficient, and trust me, we are anything but. Now, the state does have hungry families. What we don't have any information on, any documentation to indicate that is happening, are kids who are not getting food while attending public schools, which is the narrower target of this particular bill. An esteemed colleague sent an email to the Finance Committee members suggesting that we could learn more about hunger by volunteering for End 68 Hours of Hunger. I took that offer, I volunteered, and by the way, it's a great charity if you have an hour on every Wednesday evening. But even that charity is designed to address the 68 hours when kids are not in school. And that's happening because nobody that I spoke with there could show me one case of a kid being denied food in a public school. The concern is what happens when they go home and their families don't have the resources, and those are things that would not be addressed by this bill. During the Senate-House Joint Committee that I was also on, we asked the DOE for any information to show that kids are not getting fed meals in public schools. No data. So we asked them to at least give us some statistics, and they will gather that, on which schools are writing off school debt for school lunches. You know, if people get fed but don't pay for it, that has to be written off at the end of the year. We should have some data, and hopefully that will help a little bit with establishing whether this happens or not. Even though then the kids are still getting fed, they just don't pay for it, and the taxpayers have to pay. Now, there are two reasons listed, generally considered valid, for people not enrolling in a program they are eligible for, in this particular one. The fact that the paperwork is a pain, which frankly it is, but the solution to that is to simplify the paperwork, and the DOE assured us that they will look into that and they will try to create a portal to make this easier. Also, if a person is already eligible for Medicaid, we hope that they should be able to just prove they're eligible for Medicaid instead of having to prove once more that they're income limited. Second, parent choice. A lot of parents choose not to let kids participate in this program. Whether they do it because of the well-documented stigma of being part of this program, kids can be really mean to each other at various ages, despite the best attempts of teachers to show them otherwise, or for any other reasons. The parents know better what's good for their kid than the state does. We should respect that choice, and I think that using HB 601 to have people choose between not applying for Medicaid or having their private data used to enroll them in a program they do not want to be a part of is unconscionable. So, what is the purpose of this bill? Well, clearly it's to add another $190 million to education funding. Problem with that is that the budget has already been completed. And in that budget, we already increased education funding by $193 million. Let me be clear. The time to change state education funding is during the budget process, not way after that with a separate bill. As the Finance 2 Committee clerk, I know firsthand that we already considered the fact that kids are eligible for free and reduced meals and they are not enrolled in it, because it does affect education funding negatively. Those school districts lose on some education funding that they would otherwise need. And we did our best to allocate funds to compensate for that. And again, that was part of the reason why the increase in the education budget was so high. Given that we've already done the best we could and we used all funds that we could wisely use, asking for another $190 million is the very definition of fiscal irresponsibility, making HB 601 impossible to justify. Frankly, speaking for myself, the fact that our current education formula adds $12.5 thousand in education funding a year for every kid that is in the free and reduced meal program shows that the education formula is broken, and we really got to focus on fixing the darn thing next year, because this is not justifiable. One last fact. During the committee work session on this bill, I asked New Hampshire Hunger Solutions, who were advocating for this bill, if they have any information on any kids being denied food while attending public schools. They stated on the record that they have no such information. If the very organization advocating for this bill has no data to show that the problem we are supposed to spend $190 million to solve even exists, how could we justify voting for this bill? Please join me in supporting the ITL motion on HB 601. Thank you, and Mr. Speaker, I will not yield to any question. Thank you.
Representative Hacken Phillips has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? All right, then. It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The question is on the Majority Committee report of inexpedience to legislate. This is a roll call vote. Representative Kate Murray is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that there was significant support for this bill when it originally passed out of the House with a strong recommendation of ought to pass, if I know the exaggerated concerns about the funding issues have been adequately addressed, if I know that there are several thousands of students who would be eligible for free and reduced lunch with this program who are not now enrolled in the current program for many assorted reasons, and if I believe we have a responsibility to address childhood hunger, would I now press the red button to oppose this ITL in order to entertain another motion which would allow the state to initially apply to participate in a program that would provide, in some cases, the only breakfasts and lunches that some children will have? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Weyler is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the program for free and reduced meals at schools is frequently used where the student body includes a high percentage of this group, and they grant further funds, none of which go for more meals, just whatever they want to do with it. The Medicaid program for children is a separate program. It's in a separate agency. These agencies don't talk to each other. The parents may have different reasons for being involved in one and not the other. This would be a tremendous slush fund going to schools that really has nothing scheduled for it. And as I say,
the House will be in order. And Representative Weyler, you're going to ask me a question, right?
Even though it is used with the free and reduced meals identity, it does not pay for more meals. Please press the green button.
The question before the House is the Majority Committee report of inexpedience to legislate on House Bill 601. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. And I voted. The majority of the Committee on Finance, which was referred House Bill 620 FN, an act, new title, establishing a division of early learning in the Department of Education and relative to a pre-kindergarten pilot program. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Tracy Emmerich for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Mary Heath for the minority of the committee. Representative Heath is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to the ITL motion. The bill, in its current form, needs further discussion, but remains a critical priority for our state. New Hampshire is one of only 6 states that do not provide funding for early learning or some form of mixed delivery system for our 3- and 4-year-old children. HB 620 establishes a division of early learning, and the bill requires the director of the early learning to design, create, and administer a 3-year high-quality, community-based mixed delivery public pre-kindergarten.
Member will suspend for a sec. I appreciate folks going out to have your conversations, but migrate quietly. Wow, it got quiet fast. Thank you. You can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a high level of interest in further developing this program. In fact, HB 620 needs more study. I respectfully ask that the ITL be overturned so that a motion of interim study can be made to continue this important work for New Hampshire's children. Please vote no on the ITL motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Emmerich is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The concept of a pilot program, I think, has already been taken up for pre-kindergarten children. In 1965, the federal government set up a program called Head Start. Head Start was for children up to age 5, and closer to the mic. Oh my gosh, is that better? Oh, now I can hear it. Okay, do you want me to start from the beginning, or are we all set? All right, all right, all right. So we had a program that started in 1965, and as of last year, if you go to the Head Start website, it said educationally it didn't have any value. It didn't make a bit of difference to the kids that were in the program from when they started kindergarten. So educationally, it was a bomb. However, if you go to Head Start's website today, it was updated in June 2023. Now, this is a social program. This is not an educational program. This is a program that promotes learning of discipline for kids and for their parents, and has social aspects, no educational mention. So I'm thinking, here we are, we're going to mimic what they did, because we can do it better. We can make preschool a learning experience for education. Now, I would add that this program started out, Head Start, started out in economic development. It transitioned to Health and Human Services, not the Department of Education. So looking at a test program to educate pre-K kids has already failed. Let's don't repeat the past. Please support the ITL.
The question is on the Majority Committee report of an expedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. I actually heard the division.
She had requested a roll call.
Oh, it turns out you've requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Sorry about that. question is on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 620. This is a roll call vote. Representative Hacken Phillips is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill will establish a division of early learning within the Department of Education and authorize the director of said division to design, create, and administer a 3-year pilot program for 3- and 4-year-old children that is of high quality, community-based, and offers a mixed delivery model to the benefit of the children and families throughout the state. And if I know that there is significant stakeholder interest in the enactment of such an early learning pilot program, support registered by employers concerned about workforce and child care shortages, educators concerned with building a robust early learning education program, and parents concerned with finding high-quality early learning programs across the state. And if I further know that a vote of ITL does not address the unanswered fiscal and implementation questions about this potential program, and would be closing the door to an important educational opportunity for New Hampshire's youngest learners, putting us alongside a minority of 5 other states that have not yet prioritized early public learning programs, then would I now press the red button and vote no against the ITL motion so that a more prudent motion can be made in support of HB 620. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Weyler is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that now is not the time for creating a new extensive school program, especially when it mirrors a decades-old program that was adjudged a failure, would I now refuse to raise false hopes and spend wastefully and press the green button?
The question before the House is a Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 620. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Heath.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 188 in the affirmative, 185 in the negative. The report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 239FN, an act relative to the use of harm reduction services to treat alcohol and other substance misuse. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative J.R. Hull for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Mary Jane Wallner for the minority of the committee. Representative Clerk is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 239FN before us today passed this body back on May 18th. On that day, we heard debate on Floor Amendment 1861, which outlined clarifying details limiting the definition of harm reduction. With a strong bipartisan vote of 359 to 18, the amendment passed, and the bill, as amended, passed on a voice vote. Harm reduction is a spectrum of strategies to tackle the complex and multifaceted drug misuse crisis. Choosing to work to minimize the harmful effects of drug use rather than simply ignore or condemn misuse has been shown to save lives. The policy on harm reduction services in SB 239 is the established House position. As we all know, when a bill goes to a second committee, it is not to debate the policy or a chance to take another bite at the apple. It was up to House Finance to review the financial implications of SB 239. In Division 3, the objections were solely around the policy and definitions in the bill, not funding or cost. As the state sees the number of overdoses rising to near peak levels, a more expansive approach to combat the opioid and substance misuse crisis is required, and SB 239 does just that. If this bill is signed into law, one thing is clear: lives will be saved. Alternatively, politely killing the bill through interim study will only delay the good that this bill can do and will lead to more senseless deaths. I urge you to join me in voting no on the motion of interim study so another motion can be made, and I ask for a division vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hull is recognized to speak for the committee report. Sorry, what? What does the member rise?
Because I'm doing the floor speech. I think we turned it in. I can't hear you. I'm sorry. I'm deaf.
We had Representative Hull signed up.
We're going to do the floor amendment for Hull? I don't know how to describe that as a mistake. Yes. All right.
The chair recognizes Representative Edwards to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many people would know that I've been out of the net since July with a series of medical issues, and I have missed a lot of the debate in Division 3. But I have not let go of this bill since it came to Division 3. Some things that became very obvious that I believe is represented in the committee recommendation is that this bill requires further study. And let me give you some examples. The prime sponsor of the House of this bill ended up coming and working with us, as well as some representatives from HHS and the Division 3. And a couple of things that we identified after that in conversations that I could attend because I was down was that the definition of harm reduction is really broad and flexible, and it's so vague that the things that it could do are unbounded. Now, the definition of harm reduction got added to this bill that we did vote on in the House and passed by a physician who has worked years in this area. And so he added the harm reduction definition knowing that it was needed. Well, it was necessary but not sufficient, because one of the issues that are being had around the nation as harm reduction is used as a shield to prevent common sense from interfering, they are implementing things like safe needle exchanges, safe injection sites. New York City installed vending machines that offered free crack pipes. In one of the West Coast cities, whether it was Seattle or Portland, it slips my mind, they had an initiative called Harm Reduction, where they thought it would reduce the harm to individuals if the government provided them with a house. All right? So So the boundaries on this are just unlimited. I think it was in Seattle, the businesses said the problem with people congregating on our streets is so massive it's driving off street traffic, and you're killing our businesses. So the city of Seattle relented after 2-3 years and started to move the vagrants off of the business corridor somewhere else. And the Harm Reduction Coalition of that area came out and sued them because they said if you force a movement of a homeless person, that is by definition doing more harm. And
the member will suspend for a minute. Right. So this has been to the policy committee, and now it's in finance.
Yes, I'm getting to it.
Okay.
So this is an often confused point. I think that one of the obligations of finance is to take a look to see if we're doing a program that's sustainable and supportable over the long term. And that certainly includes fiscal accountability and responsibility. And I've just described how this particular definition of harm reduction can be so abused that it's no longer a fiscally responsible thing. We've sort of all reached this level of consensus that safe needle exchanges make sense, but we haven't debated all the other things. So what we've agreed to do is to take this bill, and one of the members of the other house that had been a key sponsor of the harm reduction bill is introducing a late bill to the Senate, to the other people, saying that we want to create a countervailing weight so that it isn't just looking at harm reduction in the microsphere. This is called subsystem optimization, where you can optimize a subsystem and do harm to the overall system. So what we wanted to do is...
Representative, we got to get to the fiscal bit of this.
I'm really having a hard time hearing that.
We have to get to the fiscal part of this.
Okay, I think we have, but I will defer to your judgment on that. I disagree with it, but I'll do what you're saying. All right, so other than the sustainability thing, what has been highlighted in this effort is that the money that's going to start getting spent for harm reduction is going to be done by things like the Opioid Abatement Committee and by the Governor's Commission on Alcohol and Drug Abuse, neither of which are legislative bodies. And so the decisions that they might make are not subject to the review of the legislature. What happens is they put together a program, and in that program, they spend money. And then they go to the Executive Council, and the Executive Council approves each program. Nobody reviews the budget. They review whether or not to approve the contract. And so if you are like me and you think that the power of the purse is an essential power of the legislature, you would recognize that the way this has been set up is a bit unconstitutional. And Patrick Tufts of the Governor's Commission agrees that we ought to take a look at what we would do to make sure that there is some legislative oversight and approval in the budget process, which I think is extremely reasonable if you believe in the Constitution. So for those two reasons, interim study is appropriate. And we're going to have our opportunity, because the senator has promised to bring forth a bill in the Senate that would identify these two issues for further discussion. And so I ask you to support the committee recommendation on interim study, because this bill does need interim study. It does need interim study. And it's not like any of us want it to go away. It's just that we want to have it sustainable and constitutional and subject to sort of public scrutiny, and not just a horse run wild. So I'm going to ask you to support the committee report.
There has been a request for a division vote. This will be a division vote. Members, please take your seats. The questions on the majority committee report of interim study, and this is a division vote. Representative Stringham is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that Senate Bill 239 adds harm reduction services to the scope of the Governor's Commission on Alcohol and Other Drug Prevention, Treatment, and Recovery, a needed addition to the program, and if I know that this life-saving bill passed this body on a voice vote after a diligent effort led to the passage of a floor amendment with 359 bipartisan votes when concerns about the definition of harm reduction services were addressed by a physician and colleagues with years of experience in the field. And if I know that after passing this bill, it went to Finance for a review of the budgetary impacts, and if I know that there are no costs with this bill and the only concerns are policy that were thoroughly discussed before being passed, would I then press the red button so that another motion can be made? Thank you.
Representative Weyler is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the primary task of a legislature is to set clear and well-defined limits to any proposal, and I know if lacking that language, the bill becomes ineffective, subject to constant litigation, additions from who knows who, maybe some other agency. So would I now press the green button so this can go to interim study where we can narrow this definition down while we see dozens of other states that all have different ones. Let's have one narrowed down for New Hampshire that can't be misinterpreted. Please press the green button.
The questions on the majority committee report of interim study. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 186 in the affirmative, 185 in the negative. The report is adopted, and I voted to break the tie. The chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for the third reading motion.
Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only, resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered a third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time, and when the House adjourns today, it be to meet tomorrow, Thursday, January 4th at 9 a.m.
The questions on the third reading motion. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The House will be in order. We have announcements and unanimous consent. Representative Hobson is recognized for an announcement, and let's make sure we can hear her. The House will be in order.
Thank you, everybody. Sorry to slow you down, but I want to tell you about a bipartisan event that's going to be happening on Wednesday, January 17th at 3 p.m. Join the American Hotel and Lodging with the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association. We're going to teach you how to save lives. The hotel industry can work to identify the common signs of human trafficking and how to respond when an employee has a suspicion that human trafficking is happening in the hotel. It'll be at the Holiday Inn Capitol Room on North Main Street in Concord. So join us at 3 p.m. and I'm going to have flyers tomorrow morning in the anteroom. Thank you.
There are more, and it is a short walk to the door. Maybe we could start talking once we get there. Representative Verville is recognized for unanimous consent relative to education in Deerfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's the feel-good story of the year for myself and a lot of my constituents. So Deerfield has sent all of our high school students to Concord High School for the last 20 years. And that was an original 10-year contract, and then 10 years ago we re-upped for another 10 years, and there was some discontent about the second extension. People wanted expanded school choice, and so for 10 years this has been percolating in Deerfield. Last year we were presented an unprecedented 13-year contract with Concord, which is a fine school right down the road. I have all the respect for Concord High School, for sure. But it was clear that Deerfield families wanted choice, and they voted that contract down. And our school board listened. We elected a new majority, and they listened to the voters. And now, instead of sending all of our kids to one public school, we now have the choice of 3 public schools. 3 public schools. And what's interesting about that is more than half of our current 8th graders have chosen one of the other schools. And I don't mean one out of the 2 other schools. They're all going to one. And so one size fits all is an impossibility, right? And for someone like me, it's not perfect. I'm a universal school choice guy. But we expanded options to other public schools, and it's helped families. Interesting side effect people want to tell us, right? The school choice makes kids flee the public school system. If we have expanded school choice, the kids run away. Our high school population, public school, high school population has increased this year unexpectedly because families are choosing to put their children back into the public school system because there are more options. And I tell you this because we hear about school populations, public school populations declining. And if your district has declining student populations, look to Deerfield as a potential ray of light, that if you allow children from other districts to choose to come to your local public schools, you might find your enrollment goes up. I am glad to see Deerfield kids willingly, happily re-entering the public school system because they now have the option, at least one option, one choice that they want. So it's a great success for the families, the parents, and certainly the students of Deerfield. I want you all to think outside the box as you struggle with your local public education. We can have unexpected outcomes that are actually very positive for students and families. And I just wanted to share the good news that Deerfield recently celebrated. I thank you for staying late. I thank you for your time, and have a safe journey home tonight. Thank you.
Representative Ulery is recognized for unanimous consent relative to taxation.
Have we heard enough about taxation tonight? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As previously stated, it is the duty of residents of New Hampshire to pay taxes. Indeed, it is constitutional duty. It's been there since 1784. It clearly states without any question, without any hesitation, that it is a duty to support the operations of the state with taxes and, if necessary, personal service. However, those are for a limited purpose. That's the enjoyment of life, liberty, and property. Our Constitution says nothing about providing for the livelihood of others, for providing business enterprise be kept afloat, or for taking a property without due process for any purpose. Not mentioned in the previous speech, however, were two little clauses that we have the right to ask and demand of our representatives what taxes are being paid and when. And secondly, that the only laws which the citizens of New Hampshire are responsible to are those that are made by themselves or their representatives. Administrative fees are not laws and should not be used as a form of taxation. So, Mr. Speaker, to comply with our Constitution and in remembrance of the recent anniversary of the Tea Party, and recalling the words of French philosopher Bastiat, taxation is legal plunder unless it's used for purposes. In the modern jargon, taxation is theft.
Representative Weyler is recognized for unanimous consent relative to fiscal issues.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for those of you that had the courtesy to remain. Last year, when you sent us a bill that passed this House and it had a fiscal note, and you sent it to Finance Committee, we put it in the budget. And 25 of those bills we just disposed of in the consent calendar because they were included in the budget. We retained them to make sure they were, even though it went to the other side. But what's happened since? We passed a budget that is effective until June of 2025. So now if you have a bill that has a fiscal note, we don't have a budget to put it in. We may not have the money to fund it. So what I'm asking, when you have a bill in your committee that has a fiscal note, talk it over with the department that's affected. You want to add 3 new people to do something. Is there 3 people you can get rid of before you start coming asking for more people? Or if you have some excess funds for whatever reason that you want to pay something for some other function, put it in that budget that you have the fiscal note on, that you're going to transfer money from here to there. And when you get to the Finance Committee, yes, we love it, we'll pass it. So please help us out. Look at all those committees look at all those bills with fiscal notes and discuss it with the department. Where do you think you can get the money from before you come and ask us? If it's $1 million, maybe we have it. But don't forget, we put $100 million in the Sununu Youth Litigation Fund, and some of the latest visits to fiscal, that's not enough. And they'll be coming back with priorities. So help us out. Fiscal notes, try to find it within the bill and within your department. And I thank you very much for your attention.
Representative Osborne moves that the House stand in recess for the purpose of the introduction of bills, enrolled bill amendments, enrolled bill reports, vacate motions, and receiving messages. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The House is in recess until Thursday, January 4th, 2024 at 9 a.m.